Good.
Head. The calls heads, and it's a tail.
We'd like to bat first, please.
But yeah,
We'll have a bat.
Cyprus have won the toss and have elected to bat.
Cheers.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It's great to be back with you here on the European Cricket Network as we get set for 2 days of fast-paced action here at Happy Valley in Cyprus. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, taking you through this format series between the hosts Cyprus and the tourists Finland. And I do have some news from the toss. Cyprus winning the toss, electing to bat in match number 1. 2 matches each day. So 2 today, 2 tomorrow, and 2 teams that are preparing for a big summer of cricket. You can see Happy Valley. It's a beautiful, beautiful part of the world, and expecting a maximum temperature of around about 22 degrees today and plenty of sunshine out there. Finland, I don't think they're too bothered by bowling first. I think that they would like to know what they need to chase. And Cyprus, despite being on a bit of a dream run in the last 12 months, including a 10-match winning streak, which got snapped in Austria recently, they still have a little bit to prove, I think, against some of these higher-ranked teams. Having said that, they did have a win against the highly fancied Austrians in that series here earlier in the year. Hello to everyone in the chat. Good to have you with us. And a big shout-out to all our crew on the ground down there. I know we've got James Nick in the Mini Blue crew this time, and looks like we're almost ready to go. Also, you might notice that the main camera is beautifully positioned, and yeah, I think it's going to be a good time. Finland again couldn't get further from there. Training conditions up there in Helsinki. We're ready to go, and Looks to me, he says, Amjad Share. It's going to get us going here. And it's going to start with a pretty well pitched delivery. And that one almost goes to hand first up. Yeah, hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Jeff Mops. Good to see you with us. Hello to Thomas Martinez as well. Rob Thompson watching 7:22 a few minutes ago in New Zealand. Nice to have you with us. Hello to the robot as well. Roman Mazumda out there surviving a bit of a scare first up. He's out there with Akila Kalugala. Bit of swing from Cher, but not quite enough to get it back on the offside. Bit of a slip as well from Mazumda. And Jordan O'Brien behind the stumps acrobatically prevents that one from getting past him. Yeah, make sure you say hello as well. We've got plenty of cricket coming up. I was saying to some of the fans in the last week or two, think of this as kind of the calm before the storm, if you like. That's basically where we're at. And we're from the middle of May or so. We are going to be very, very busy. Chance for Kalugala to face up now. His guy led the scoring for Cyprus in the previous series. High score of 49. No one doesn't get anything down the leg side. I've got to say, I didn't hear anything. Umpire must have. Obviously, there was something there because it wasn't called wide. I don't think there was any chance of any bat there. Cher's definitely getting this ball to hoop around. Even though it's T20 cricket, it's a little bit of time, I think, to actually see what's going on, especially when the ball is moving. I think Finland will be pretty happy with the ball they've chosen out of the box, because this one does seem to be turning around corners. Let's get right on the money. It's a pretty good first over. Yeah, make sure you drop some message in the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. It's been off for a little while, actually. It's been about, I don't know, it must have been about 5 weeks since I've been on the mic. Rico's been doing the heavy lifting for us with a lot of events near his residence down there in Spain, including one in Ibiza. Runs out of patience a bit here, Kalugala. He scored a 49 in that series against Austria in March, which ended up being a 1-1 series draw between the two teams. A couple of games washed out. The end of the first over, and it's one without loss. Gives me a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat. Nice to have you with us. Yeah, obviously, we're pretty excited to have cricket back in Cyprus. I know we planned to be back a couple of times. We've obviously seen matches transitioning to this Happy Valley facility from the Ipsonis ground. And obviously, well, firstly, there's a lot more grass on this ground than we had at Ipsonis. I think the players really enjoy it. And probably not a bad time of the year to play as well before it gets super hot. Yeah, and true. Happy Peacock Friday to everyone as well, as noted by Rob Thompson in the chat. Yeah, 24 degrees, so I think we're already kind of heading for a bit north. I mentioned 22 earlier, but yeah, by the middle of the day, we're going to be getting up to 27 degrees, plenty of sunshine, 29 tomorrow. Beautiful cricket conditions. Here's Salonen for Finland. This one is off the outside part of the bat. Goes after that, does Mazumda, and he will get the first boundary of the contest. Cuatro carreras. Interesting. I mean, the ball is genuinely swinging of its own accord, not really necessarily wind-based. You can see that Amjad Share, the wild thing in the first over, was getting the ball to swing out, and so's Nick Salonen, which would be his kind of natural way to swing the ball. Zumda takes a bit of a chance there, gets away with it. Hello, Dave B. Good to have you with us as well. And takes a bit of a chance there, doesn't he, Mazumda? Oh, it was probably on an off-stump line. Not too many fielders over there on the leg side. I think 3, but I think in the end they're happy with 2. Yeah, I'd say it was a good score here for Cyprus, but a good confident move on home turf to open up with the bat. Searching for an early breakthrough here, the Finns. Oh, tries the short ball for the first time. Balloons off the glove, just out of the wingspan of Jordan O'Brien. Expect him to be a pretty important component of the Finnish batting later on as well. I mean, I've been lucky enough to spend a fair bit of time in both of these countries that are competing. Of course, I was in Finland last year for their first ever European Cricket Series. I wouldn't say first ever, first since 2020, first that I'd done. And I'll be back in Finland in July for a T20 series, and then a pretty fast and furious European Cricket Series. Cyprus is somewhere we always love to go as well. Always great to see the improvement there. And we do plan to have some more cricket coming up from Cyprus next month as well. Maybe some women's cricket, which I think will be fantastic. Of course, we've seen the Cyprus women touring a fair bit, actually, including a tour of Czechia. Oh, wow. That has not missed by much. Would have knocked a 4th stump out of the ground. You can see Cyprus, both of these players are not wasting too much time. Maybe the weight of the tight start taking its toll. Terry Richmond mentions Fortitude Valley. Well, that's an area just outside Brisbane that's very famous as well. But we're in Happy Valley here for this weekend series. This time he does get batter on at Kanagala and hits it reasonably well. Not 100% timing. But they will come back for a pretty comfortable 2. Hello, Nick Brown as well. I'm trying to work out if I haven't given a shout out to everyone. Yeah, and he's mentioning, the new graphics. You might notice screen has gotten a little bit taller. Maybe not any wider, but has certainly gotten a bit taller, showing a bit more of the action. Oh, no ball called. Yeah, must have been a little overstep from Nick Salonen. So free hit coming up. Have a look at, we might get a replay there. Always tough to tell from behind, isn't it? But an unforced error from Nick. So now I think we really will see Kalagala going, what's his tactics here? Does he just kind of stand and hit? Does he try something funky? Does he premeditate? Slower ball, rolling cutter, but Kalagala's got its measure. And so Maximo, the first one of this four-match T20I series between Cyprus and Finland. It won't be the last. And after a very tight first over, the second over goes for 16. And Cyprus, probably catch up the runs they missed in the first. It's 17 without loss after 2. Just a note there, Share the Meal, our official charity partner here on the European Cricket Network. Anytime that comes up, you can scan the code. It's very, very easy, very cheap. It's won a lot of awards, that that app as well, for the ease in which you can make a difference in the world. For less than $1, less than €1, you can donate a meal to someone who needs it the most. Here's the wild thing. I'm Dutch share back for over number 2. Zunda sends back his partner. Slight fumble in the infield, and Kalagala scrambles back. Not the best ball this time. Doesn't quite get that one to curve like some of the others. Change pace there. Amjad, very experienced campaigner. He's never chicken to try a few things at any point in the innings. I'll go as we go through today, some of the recent results with these two teams. It's a very interesting matchup, though. The bottom hand in that one, again, just gets away from the fielder. Fielder does well down there to keep it to a single. Yeah, you look at these two teams, and they're not too far apart on the rankings, but they've had very different, I suppose, paths, if you like, to where they are. Finland 49 in the world and Cyprus 52. So on paper, it does look like a good matchup. It's always nice to see teams that are close together in the rankings having series, because it's not a perfect ranking system, and it really depends who you play, how often you play. You do get rewarded for beating teams above you. So Cyprus would certainly be keen to maybe jump over Finland before too long, but to do that, they have to get past them, don't they? So it's a true test. Takes it on the up this time. There's Kalagala. And he will grab a couple. Beautiful scenes here. Plenty of blue skies. Summer. Pretty close at the moment. You can feel it. Obviously in Cyprus it hits harder and it hits earlier. A bit of length there. Maybe called a 2, but I think in the end it was only ever going to be a single. That will take us to the end of the over. So 21 without loss after 3. Halfway through this power play, match 1 of this series. You can see here, it's kind of, it's called a valley for a reason. You can see where this ground sits. Touch share. And just 4 off that over, started with 3 dots. Yeah, so Cyprus 52 have been climbing. In fact, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, a 10-match winning streak, which kind of started way back in the last set of qualifiers. Salonen right on the money there. Kalagala just checks his shot. You see, there are occasions where You just notice that after a couple of dots, or that time it was one dot, obviously no boundaries for a while, about to get a bit itchy. Oh, no ball again. Nick Salonen. Early season hassles with that front foot. Yeah, Thomas, hello to you. Buenos dias, Thomas. Get that? This must be a good test for the Cyprus T20 side, hosting a sub-regional qualifier later. Yeah, not much later. Basically, later this month. These 2-year qualification cycles repeat in the even number of years. So, yeah, I think Cyprus will be very keen on home turf to make a bit of a statement. They were 1-3 in their previous World Cup qualifying campaign, playing in Guernsey back in 2024. Finished 7th after beating Malta in the playoff. And actually, that win against Malta had us watching them because they went on a bit of a streak in 2025. Yeah, 4-0 win against Croatia in late 2025 in the summer, followed by an undefeated 4-0 record against Serbia and Bulgaria in the Tri-Series in late October, early November. And then they won their first game, a bit of a boil-over actually, against Austria, ranked a good kind of 10 to 15 spots higher. This one loops over Salonen. And they weren't able to put away the free hit. Next one also wasn't scored off. And then that one, lucky to get one for it and still be there. That one up in the air, getting a little bit of length on it, but balls just don't seem to be finding the fielders at the moment. Finding up, something's always running away for 4. So, end of the over, 27 without loss again. At no ball, hey? Just causing problems. The extra ball going to the boundary. Nick the Brown Bear, nice to see you, Nick. So he's still quite depressed with the East Asia Pacific sub-regional qualifier today. Cook Islands way too good for South Korea. South Koreans bundled out for 47. Cook Islanders chasing it within 5 overs. But Terry knows a couple of South Korean players. And it's always great to see some of these emerging nations around the world as well. Obviously quite concentrated on Europe here. That time flicked away, and there we go. We have our first wicket of this series. Yeah, it wasn't the best ball, was it? Just kind of swung into the pads, and Kalugala went with it. But Finland, they do make the breakthrough. It's been a funny old opening, and no one's really taken the bull by the horn, so to speak, so far in the opening. But you would say Finland, they have created a couple of chances, haven't they? Even the first ball was a chance, a couple of balls looping over fielders. But in the end, Kalugala, leading run scorer back in March in Austria in that, let's just call it an abbreviated series, 2 matches played out of the 4 scheduled. And this time, it'll be the first wicket to fall, and it's 27 for 1. Again, even though it wasn't really the line that Amjad Sher was looking for, you would say that it was a bit of swing that took it to the inside part of the bat. So, one door closes, another opens, and Finland, they'll be hoping that can maybe get them going. You would expect that Finland might start a little bit slower, given the fact they would have done plenty of training, but they wouldn't have been able to do any real match practice, you'd imagine, so far. This one doesn't take anything down the leg side. And so that'll be rebowled. This time he does get it away to the leg side. Sends off the mark with a couple. Big responsibility, I think, for Sen at 3. This is full and driven pretty well with a straight back down the ground. In fact, that will be 4. Shows this outfield is pretty fast. Wasn't quite off the middle of the bat, was it? It still rolled away. It was kind of down towards the bottom of the bat. Pretty good ball, actually. Good test from Sher. Just unable to get it away. Alex Sen leading the side, actually. This one pretty well. And fumbled, then sends back his partner. Very even start, and it's a good sign, actually, for the series, isn't it? That these two teams are pretty evenly matched, and probably reflect that their closeness on the world rankings. Wow. Sen has come out, I think, in a pretty good headspace. He's looking to be aggressive, but not over aggressive. Also, weird time to come out, because at a time where maybe you do want to take time a little bit, you know that the power play is running out. You've only got, well, now 7 balls left in the power play. Kaif Shah taking the catch, by the way, in that previous dismissal. Ooh, gets a bit lucky here, doesn't he? It's Alexander Sen. Misses the stumps, does get the single, and takes us to the end of the over. So it's 35 for 1 after 5. Five overs down, 1 to go in this power play. First bowling change coming up. And this is going to be Piomal Madashanka to bowl. Yeah, again, not a player I've seen a whole lot of. And Finland obviously keen to get Piomal into the action early here. Nice over the power play. Nice little bit of swing there for Madashanka, but batter sees it. Strokes it away through the offside. We've seen predominantly upswing so far. Interesting to see if this ball continues to swing throughout the innings. Obviously spotting that, they've decided, okay, let's put a slip in. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, and then just as quickly, oh, they might be thinking, okay, we like the idea of it, but this is last over the power play. Don't want to over attack, but I didn't mind it. Big slow ball there, and the last thing you'd expect. Madashanka. Good lines early. Hello to Kroom, nice to see you with us. Hello to Jake Stewart as well. And Abvi saying, happy to see Finland and Cyprus taking actions for the future of cricket. Well, that's true. But also, in the immediate future, these two both have World Cup qualifying campaigns this summer. Well bowled again, a little bit of shape out, shaping down the line. Sen not able to get it past the outfield, the infield, I should say. Yeah, so Cyprus do host their own part of the sub-regional qualifiers, sub-regional qualifier A. And so do Finland, but later in the year. Another slower ball is really not afraid to throw it in there, Madashanka. It's a very good limited overs bowler from what I've seen so far. Yeah, so Cyprus hosts, so for those of you that might not be aware, typically there's 30 countries that have to try and qualify through the sub-regionals in Europe, and then some of the top ones like Ireland and England and Scotland, Netherlands don't have to. Back of the hand slow ball this time from Madashanka, and oh wow, he picks it and he hits it, and he hits it very, very well. So Maximal, the first of the series for Alex Sed leading Cyprus here, and you can see there plenty of encouragement from the experienced Roman Mazumdar from the other end. Wasn't a bad ball read from Madashanka. I think with those slow balls, they are reasonably easy to pick from the back of the hand. You still have to time them up. Yeah, so yeah, we've got two of the hosts of the sub-regionals this year. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. Last ball to power play. Advances, Madashanka puts in a little bit shorter. So Cyprus have the final say in a pretty topsy-turvy power play. End of the sixth over, and it's 47 for 1. As we say, quick hello to everyone. Once again, great to have your company with us. Great viewing numbers as well. I think everyone's excited to have T20 cricket back on the network. Terry's off for a little bit. You can always catch it up later, Terry. Yeah, so basically, typically you have a situation where 30 countries are competing for only 3 spots in the next round of European qualifying, and they will typically join countries like the Netherlands, like Ireland, sometimes Scotland. This time, Italy normally have to qualify through there because they made the World Cup earlier this year. They don't have to. So you basically got a situation where there's, well, because Scotland were called up, they've been told they don't have to go through this. So now you've actually got 29. But for simplicity, we'll say normally it's 30, broken into 3 groups of 10, and there's 3, basically 1 week sub-qualifiers to find 3 winners out of these 30 teams. So it means that in a sub-regional group of 10, only 1 gets through. So it's pretty brutal, to be honest. Cher is bowling out here. Obviously, they feel that he's doing enough to warrant staying on rather than keeping over for later in the innings. So, I mean, it means you can get this situation like Spain 2 years ago. They actually never lost in their World Cup qualifying. Never lost. They had a washout and a slightly worse net run rate than Denmark, who are also an undefeated team in their group. And so basically Spain didn't get the chance to go further, which seems a little bit unfair, I think, considering it only comes around once every 2 years. A bowl by the Wild thing. Yeah, so, yeah, I get it. I think it's great that they have this structure where all teams theoretically can make the World Cup, but I think it's also a bit harsh that they don't have something like... So basically each one of these 10-team sub-qualifiers are broken into 2 groups of 5, and they'll play each other, so they play 4 matches in your little subgroup of the sub-regional, and then you play the corresponding placeholder in the other group. Well, there we go. We're going to have a wicket, and the decision to persist with the Wild thing ends up being a good one as he gets Mazumdar for 15. Well caught behind the wicket by Jordan O'Brien. That was a big deflection. He almost had him first ball, but he does get him in his last over bowled. Amjad Sher as Mazumdar departs and it's 49 for 2. Again, the swing continuing. It's not something that's gone away really through the 6.5 overs we've seen so far. Looks like the burly figure of Mangala Gunasekara coming to the crease. But one thing about the Cyprus, can get into the middle order and the lower order. They tend to be, I suppose, Bazball to the extreme in their approach. Finland will be feeling, that's a couple of pretty good players they've been able to get out of the way in the first part of this innings. End of this spell, pretty important. From Judge Sher. Another left-hander to deal with. Right on the money. Always a risk you lose that one down the leg side first up. Gunasekara, he's made some really big scores on the network. Decides to show a bit of respect here to Cher, who's only really got the 1 ball now to finish things off. Yeah, so anyway, long story short, we'll have 3 sub-regional qualifiers this summer in Europe. The first is in Cyprus from the 16th of May, so yeah, just next weekend. And Denmark will host in the middle of July, start to middle of July, and then Finland in the middle of August. So yeah, Finland have a bit more time to prepare compared to Cyprus. Good spell from Amjad Sher, the Wild thing. Couple of wickets and keeping it very tight. 2 for 15 his figures, and at the end of 7 overs, it's 49 for 2. Yeah, give us your thoughts about the qualification pathway. I mean, I like it. There's just one more thing I would do is that, you know, when you have these 10 teams in the one location, they all play each other, I would love to see a couple of semi-finals in there. So to have the first of one group play the second in the other group and vice versa, and then to have your final to progress to the next stage of World Cup qualifying. Yeah, Thomas, good point. Keep the streak going. You're right. With Spain obviously climbing, and they had an amazing streak of their own. Just the washout against Denmark meant that they finished second in their group and that was it. Okay, they played the third place playoff and they won that actually against Finland, funnily enough. Mahesh Tambe gets an over. Interesting, they've gone away from Madhusankar. I actually liked what he was delivering. Just they got after him a little bit. But I guess it's the kind of game where it's really no harm switching the bowlers around. Good area. Tambe's your first kind of more inducker bowler that we've seen so far. Predominantly in swing, in slant kind of action. Tambe, not the quickest, but tends to put it in pretty good areas. Yeah, so obviously this is the ground that will host the. Well, there's 2 grounds that will host in each venue, but we'll see plenty of cricket from here in the World Cup qualifiers next week. Finland, of course, have the Kerava ground there principally. But I'll be there in person actually at the start of July, and I'm sure we'll see some cricket from there during the Finland leg of the World Cup qualifiers, sub-regional C in August. So I know it does sound a little bit confusing. Maybe I've confused you even more. Yeah, but basically 3 sub-regional qualifiers of 10 teams each this summer, and of those 10 teams in each qualifier, only one goes further. Jake with the Nish reference. We would love some Nish. Nish pretty busy these days. He's kind of our Cyprus correspondent. Now he's based in the UK. Yeah, just talking about the last over. It was a brilliant over from Cher, justifying the decision to keep him on. It's a pretty good over as well, with only 1 off this. Sakra taking his time early, end of the 8th, and it's 50 for 2. Amjad Cher, by the way, it wasn't quite a maiden. Did have 2 off the first ball of the 7th. And, yeah, this is basically a military base, this Happy Valley ground. You'll see helicopters, you'll see plenty of exercises going on. Well, hopefully not going wrong. Going on around the ground. Now we're going to get some spin for the first time. It's going to be Hamadullah Shinwari to bowl. So you look at Finland, they've got a pretty balanced attack. One thing we haven't seen is a left armour. I mean, they've got plenty of bowlers that can play multiple roles. I mean, Salnan, who bowled up front, is a guy that is actually very useful in the end as well. He's got a very good change of pace. We already saw something similar from Madhusankar as well. Slow going at the moment. Right on the money from Shinwari first up. I suppose we do have a left armer here, left arm spinner. I was referring to not really having a left arm pacer. It's good start from Shinwari. It's outside the line there, trying to manufacture something. Sam, who's played some nice shots so far. Yeah, haven't really given him a lot to work with, have they? You can see the expected score 120 at the moment. Well, that's the current rate they're going. They're going 6 and over. Good fielding there and to dive away. Slightly better matchup here for Cyprus with Gunasakura, who loves to hit, getting the ball turning into him. And I suppose Shinwari's clever, will probably try and slide it across him a little bit, maybe not try and turn the ball too much. That one gets to everyone, including Jordan O'Brien. This will be a bye. It's called, so Gunasakura, not really his hard-hitting self that we know. I think Finland, after a kind of opening where both teams kind of tugged and counter-tugged on the rope, Finland now, for me, getting ahead in this game, and it's really up to Cyprus to answer. End of the over, 54 for 2, so they stay on that runner ball. Beautiful day. Yeah. If you had to tell me what's a perfect day for cricket, I'd say 27 and sunshine. And you know what we have today? 27 and sunshine. Can I also kind of take a couple of moments to say Rico Fall has been doing a magnificent job over the last month or so with the events in Spain. In fact, have one tomorrow. So you can take your pick tomorrow. It's winning Alphaz over the weekend. It's Tumbe. Middle length, Gunasakura. 1 off 8. Very non-Mangala Gunasakura kind of innings so far. Yeah, so Knights are touring Sporting Alphaz, and tomorrow and Sunday there's a T20 and a T10 match. So format series, mixed format, ECF. It's a new concept in 2026, and I think it's been quite enjoyable. Gets his hands through one here at Gunasakura, but I mean, now you've got the field back, so you've got plenty of protection over there. Boundary size, had a question about that. Yeah, if I was to eyeball it, I'd say it's around about the kind of 65 mark. 65 metres from the centre. Thomas saying might have to watch out for some dodgy weather in Spain over the weekend. Flashes of this one. Sen, well, And he's been asked to captain the side, and he's obviously put himself in the number 3 position. This is a kind of position where he'd want to stand up and play an innings of consequence. Well covered again. Slow ball from Tumbe. Dragged away. Again, only a single. Bit of a boundary drought in progress at the moment. Moves across a little bit. Still gets wide. Again, protected. You can see the goal here. Bit of a nod back to when we played cricket at Ipsonus, where there were plenty of goals around the ground. End of the over. So pretty interesting first 10 overs of this, with Cyprus 59 for 2. So look, plenty of wickets in hand, so that's a positive. I mean, these are players, quite a lot of them, especially middle, bottom order, they do like the short format. And it is getting shorter because not quite a run of ball after the 10 overs. So I think you've got to give credit to Finland after what I thought was a kind of hit and miss kind of first stanza. Obviously, Judge Share was pretty impressive in his 4 overs, 2 for 15. And they were able to really put the brakes on in those last 4 overs. Yeah, so you look at one way you can look at it is kind of the Amjad Share effect. You know, he only conceded 15. That meant there were 44. So he was 15 off 4 overs, so that would be 44 off the other 6 at 7.5 and over. So a bit more of an acceptable run rate. But I think right now Finland are reasonably happy with where they're at. Gives me a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat. But yeah, just a reminder, what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. We do have a European Cricket Festival event over the weekend in Sporting Alfaz, and I might just look at the weather over there. Now you mentioned it, Thomas. But yeah, so tomorrow and Sunday, yeah, maybe some weather tomorrow, but that's okay, I suppose, because we've still got this series going on. It's hopefully by Sunday it finds up there. Then we'll have a little bit of a break until the following Sunday week. We'll start the European Cricket Series. First one in a little while, actually. First one since we finished in Portugal on the 4th of April. And that will be in Prague, my home city. Adopted home city. And that's pretty exciting as well. Like the Portugal Series, we'll have a Challenger and a Premier Division in that European Cricket Series. And being in Prague, we're quite lucky that we've got plenty of options. So I'll be commentating a little bit. Phil G will be commentating a bit. We've got Danny here as well. We've also got Shoban Garnaik, who became part of our team last year as well. Here's Shinwari. Sen again plays it with a straight bat. Doesn't beat the one man in the circle here at cover. Next 5 overs, I think, are the biggest 5 overs in this game. It determines whether Cyprus have a launching pad or They're just trying to rub two sticks together. Ball by Shinwari. Liked his control so far. Tosses that one up without being too outrageous about it. Enough's enough from Gunaseka. This is more like the man that we know he is, and it will get over the fielders. Still doesn't quite get over the rope, though, and it'll be called 4 runs, but got the placement right, didn't he? Fielder probably misjudged that slightly, thought he was running out of room. Probably had another metre or a metre and a half, but Maximal for Mangala. Before that, he was 1 off 10. Once more, this time he finds the fielder. And also compared to the Ipsonus ground, which is where we typically had games in Cyprus until a year or two ago, this is a lot more friendly to field on. If you'd ever seen games from that Ipsonus ground, you know exactly what I'm talking about. What's the reverse? It's the irony about premeditating the reverse is sometimes you get a ball that would be pretty easy to hit without switching. It does get to Sen trying to make something happen. Nice ball, the 11th over here. Oh, missed stumping. Jordan O'Brien still thought he might have had it in time, but man, looks down his gloves, confused. Sen, very lucky to survive. And Shumari deserved that wicket. And them's the breaks, end of the 11th over at 67 for 2. So, Sanikev Pushday will be bowling the next one. With a bit of spin. Nicely hit away this time and test the field, test the outfield. Up to the tests and we'll come back for 2. Bowl once again. Not Pushday, pardon me. Oh, didn't quite resemble him. feel the frustration here. I want to make something happen. Down leg side for a wide. Frazabas is the bowler here. Still not the flood of boundaries or even a trickle of boundaries that the Cyprus would have hoped for at this point in the game. I mentioned this is kind of the key 5 overs. Goes over cover this time, goodness sake, corrupt. And it's going to go down well. That's Padal down there, I think. Just let it get quite low on him in the end, didn't he? And so that'll be the end of the over, 75 for 2. But to be honest, at the moment, goodness sake, is not hurting you. Having said that, he's a guy I would like out of the picture, because if he turns the corner, it's going to be a very, very different game. Here, Thomas talking about who's favourite in this series. For me, still Finland. I think they've played. They're used to playing a higher caliber of opponent. Having said that, I think Cyprus did very well to knock off Austria in one of the games. It was a 1-1 series result there in March. We're here in March, actually. Good reactions there from Shinwari. Looks like he's going to bowl his 4 straight here. Toss that a bit wider and just misses the mark. But don't mind that idea. Maybe trying to lure goodness sake out of his crease. He's not really a big charger though. Goodness sake, he's more of a stand and hitter. Two's the call. And they won't have to worry about the 2 because it goes for 4. So goodness sake, maybe is turning the corner now. Isn't it an outrageous swing of the bat from Mangala, but times it well enough to get 4. And first time we've really seen that in a while. Now wants to ramp it up again. But he finds the fielder. Field well spread now. Peels there. Interesting to see if there's any bat there, because actually it was pretty close. Must have been some bat by not really considering the appeal too seriously. That one does go on with the arm. So yeah, talking about kind of who's played who recently. In Finland, typically you'll see them, for convenience, playing teams like Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Estonia. Take that time from O'Brien, but the foot stays put. End of the 13th over, and it's 82 for 2. So Cyprus, as far as their 10-match winning streak, which is impressive, obviously. They started with a win against Malta in the 7th place playoff in the sub-regionals in 2024. They were able to beat Croatia 4-0 in August 2025. And then they won all their games, all 4 games against Serbia and Bulgaria before that win against Austria. So they were there 10 wins in a row, but I would say that I look at them as, okay, right now, Finland are a team in the 40s and Cyprus are a team in the 50s. And I think that's fair. I think that's fair based on what we've seen so far. This is the kind of series that will determine, right, are Cyprus actually a 40s team? Right now it's 49-52. Abbas continues. Just a single though. Acrobatic effort from the fielder. So yeah, Finland clinging on in the 40s, would say, with 49 ranking and 52 for Cyprus. So these two could flip easily based on this series. Okay, just a single. Singles don't hurt Finland at the moment. Finland will still have to bat well. I think the batting's probably the one thing it is the toughest thing early in the season if you haven't had a lot of match practice. Batting's more brutal. You only get the one chance potentially. Down the leg side this time. Sacra. Strikes this okay, but finds the fielder. Yeah, round armour from Abbas, like that. Lucky inside edge there. Even luckier for Finland, they got a fielder there. End of the 14th over, so 86 for 2. Still hovering around that runner ball pace. Throw open to the live chat if you'd like to chat with us. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Nice to be back. It's our first T20 International that we're broadcasting for season 2026. Jump into the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Down the ground here, Gunasekara. Still kind of losing the battle of the runs versus balls, isn't he? And I hate to say it, but I think it's time to hit the go button. I think they're trying. The thing is, it's compared to T10 cricket where the boundaries are a lot shorter. It's not so easy for new batters to come out and just smash it if the bowling's good and in the right spot. Hello to Robbo. Nice to see you. Dave Robson watching from Estonia. Estonia able to take a game off Finland when they played in T20 cricket in late July last year. Gonna say Craig, kind of feeling what he's trying to get after it. 8 wickets in hand here, 5.5 overs to go. Sen, well, he will be denied a goal, but he will get a boundary here. Shinwari goes for a boundary here in over 15. Sen again trying to give it the old move on. Tossed up, uses his feet here to send. Gets it down the ground. Excellent fielding down there. They think of two and they keep it to a long single. That's really good defensive work from Finland. And it'll be interesting for me to see if Cyprus can match Finland in the field. Finland, they do work very hard on their fielding. Well, gonna say, Craig, he liked that off the bat, didn't he? Man, knew he had enough to get it over the fielder. Helen Cherry down there. Maximo! Just in the nick of time. The 100 comes up as well for Cyprus after 15 overs. 101 for 2. So can they launch in this final 5? Just you could tell by the body language from Gunasekara there, he was happy with the contact. He's a dangerous operator. Matasanka's going to come back. I quite liked his first over, even that went for a bunch. I say a bunch, went for 12. He's still got 3 overs up his sleeve, so he could potentially bowl overs 16, 18 and 20. I just from one look at him, I like his skill set. He's got slower balls, he's got cutters, he swings the ball. He's over 16, sent on 40. Premeditates a little deflection shot there. I want 2 here. Well, that's pretty close. Give a nod out, but Sen basically was keen for the 2. And by the time he'd convinced Mangala Gunasekara, he changed his own mind. And Gunasekara, lucky to get back. Slow ball, that doesn't bounce. And it bounces only once on the field before it disappears. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, I like the slow ball he's got, but it is a very easy one to pick. And if he gets above the eye, if it doesn't bounce, you're going to probably find trouble ahead. Gunasekara finally gets above that runner ball pace. Follows him this time and cramps him for room. That'll be a leg by. This time fielded there, but they still get through for a single. Last ball the over here. It's gone for 8 so far, plus the leg by. Here's that slower ball again. This time it does drop in nicely. End of the 16th over in Cyprus, 111 for 2. Yeah, a lot of this game's just going to come down to how rusty or unrusty Finland are with the bat. Look at their lineup. They've got probably Sallin and O'Brien to open, or they do have plenty of options. And they're 2 that seem to operate well together at the top of the order. And doing that for Empire. And again, same sort of thing. If you get those early wickets, get guys in before they want to be in. Tumbe comes back. 4 overs to go. Hit leg side, and we'll get past the fielder. Cuatro carreras, going to sake her at a 37. Hasn't he turned his innings around? Tumbe, interesting he's going around a wicket to Gunasekara. I would have thought he's bowling an angle he likes, because he does like to muscle bottom hand. That time, it's a rolling leg cutter, and it's going, and it's gone. Maximal, Gunasekara into the 40s. Well, Tumbe telegraphed that was a slow ball with the grip. Rolled out. It's basically like a fast leg spinner that he bowls, and even though he got it more or less in the right spot, it was a challenge that Gunasekara was equal to. Gets the distance, gets it over the fielder. 6 runs. He's back to pace on now. Gunasekara inside out. There's a little mini gap, and we'll get 2. Jamwari does the fielding down there. He says the little burst that I think Cyprus would have wanted. I'm not so sure I have him favourites as the supercomputer suggests, but supercomputer normally smarter than a human, and I am a human. Now he goes over the wicket to him. Gunasekara though, looks like a completely different player now, isn't he? As he carves that one behind point for 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Moves to 49. Remember, he's 1 off 10. So it's basically 48 off 24 since then, striking at 200. And you can see on the graph on the right there that Cyprus have lifted significantly. Yeah, Thomas saying he was 20 off 24. He was 1 off 10, Thomas. Thick air and they'll fly away, and we'll get into the gap. Just pulling up in time, but it'll be 50-2 Mangala Gunasekara off 35 balls. You could say it's been expertly paced from the experienced left-hander. Maybe not quite the sort of innings we're accustomed to seeing from him. But he has stood up, and he's taken a lot of pressure off his captain, Alexander Sen, at the other end. As he brings up his half-century with 2 runs. Last ball 17th. Tap dancing now is Mangala Gunasekara. We'll get 1 and we'll keep the strike. Pretty good result for him, I think, and his Cypriot teammates after 17 overs. Cyprus 130 for 2. And remember, for a lot of this innings, the expected score was in the 120, so they've already outdone that. And still 3 overs to go. 35 balls for the Gunasekara half century with 5 4s and 2 6s. You see a strike rate there in the 140. So certainly showing that it is possible to score quickly on this ground. Well bowled. Sanka coming back and trusting him with with this role, even though it hasn't really gone to plan, hasn't really had the results so far, as Pumal Matasanka. Sen, too much to the strike recently. Throws his hands through this one. Finds a deep point. He's got a bit to do. Gunaseka required some convincing. In fact, he's going to be run out. Well, that's not good cricket really from Cyprus, and blame to be shared around here, I think, a little bit. Sen wanted the two. There was two there. Gunaseka didn't want to, mainly because he's on a heater and wanted to face and just assumed that Sen wouldn't be coming back. I think that both batters lose eye contact, and in the end, a good piece of fielding from deep point results in a run out. And from that point on the field, both ends are more or less a similar distance to throw to. So, yeah, Sen probably just not reading the room there, even though you kind of applaud his enterprise looking for a second run. But it could be a pretty costly error. An unforced error, really, from Cyprus. Yeah, and Robbo in the chat, I know what you're saying. Yeah, poor running. You have to be looking to run twos. But I can also understand that Gunaseka would have been thinking, no, one's good for me. I'm on fire. Robbo known for his sprinting ability between the wickets as well. So, yeah, that's what I mean. I think both have some blame there. Now, I just said that Gunaseka had taken the pressure off Sen. Now Sen put the pressure back on himself, basically. Gunaseka doesn't strike me as someone who loves running between the wickets. Even that wicket, you can see Cyprus now behind again. So still in the Goldilocks zone. Good to see. Good slow ball. Sanka. Yeah, he hasn't been afraid to keep trying his craft here. Oh, we've got Raj from Black Caps. Hello, Raj. Nice to see you. Vinny here. Towards this time. Cramps him up. Leg by signalled. So, new batter out there is Taranjit Singh. Again, another guy that can hit the ball a long way. It's been a very interesting game with twists and turns so far, really. Gives him the back of the hand at first ball. And Taranjit, see, his style is that he likes to go leg side. And Finland, if they execute, they won't give that to him. End of the 18th over, 133 for 3. What a brilliant over. With just the 2 runs, the leg by, the run out off at 3 dots at this point of the innings. I mean, that's kind of Matasanka fulfilling the promise that he's shown so far. I would have thought, personally, I would have thought kind of 155 would be par. It looks like James over there. Santiago. All his fans. Look at them. Obviously no one wants to sit near James today, but he's doing a very important job behind the scenes for us here. Here's Tambe. Sen digs it out. Should get 2 here pretty easily. This time get a response. Sen also creeping up on his half century. Robot's a fan of James, not surprised. Big hanging slower ball once again. No pace on the ball, but still enough to be manufactured away for 4. Probably a ball he could have hit absolutely anywhere. Hello, Hello to Rico Full as well. Good to have you with us, Rico. Yeah, looking beautiful, isn't it? This ground in Happy Valley. Back to the action. It'll be 50 for Sen. Brings it up off 45 balls. And the captain, well, we said he had to step up for the Cypriots. He's done that. He's helped stabilise the innings. He's in that very, very good partnership with Mangala Gunasekara to turn this game around and put it back to a coin flip. Well, this is the kind of leftover consequences of Gunaseka needlessly being run out. Pretty good shot though. Shows he can go the other way, Taranjit. But finds the fielder. Especially on these grounds and also against better opposition. You've got to make an effort to play the ball, play the correct shot. Can't be hoping to drag everything leg side. That time it is premeditated from San. Well, lights, camera, action. As Alex has settled in. End of the 19th over is 145 for 3. Tumbe will finish with figures none for 37 of his 4 overs. Not quite what Mahesh was hoping for. Last over to come. We'll go back to Matasanka here. They bottomed that 1 over up front. We thought maybe they took him off because his over didn't really go to plan, but maybe they had the plan to bowl most of his overs at the end. And I think, like I said, when I first saw him and he showed a slower ball early, I thought, okay, this is a guy that can definitely bowl at the death. Okay, let's go. Last over. Charge and heave from Taran. Gets a bit of luck, gets a little bit of inside edge on this. He'll come back for 2. Hello to Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia. Always a pleasure, Scotty. Hopefully you're well. Friday night vibes. Down under, I'm sure. Slow ball, but Taran picks it. You don't want to get into this guy's pads. Maximo gets the line wrong. And with those kind of overspinning back of the hand, slower balls, they are easy to get under if they bounce just short of the batter. That's exactly what Taran does there. 150 comes up for Cyprus. They've turned this into a decent total. Another lucky inside edge. Thinking it too, but Taran did not have a good start. Settle for 1 and action handed back to the captain, Alexander Sen. Have a break, normally 20 minutes in a T20I. Keep an eye on your screen in the break. I wonder what he tries here, Sen. They're going to put the fine leg back, so they're trying to discourage him ramping. So I don't think he will ramp or premeditate. He probably stands, tries to hit down the ground. It's one that's difficult to get away. Should get 2 here. Well, pretty easily. Good hustle. 2's next best thing now. They're thinking of 3. Well, could be trouble at the bowler's end. And somehow they make it. Well, they could even look at 4. In fact, no, they won't. Get away so far, but Sen. I'm not sure how much time he spends in Cyprus, but I think he's got the heat affecting him now as he hustles back for an overthrow. So 3 scored. 157. I think this is a really interesting target. Again, let's see what kind of Finland comes out. They can be really good, or they can be really not good, depending. Their first real hit out of the season. 2 to come. Slow ball, Taran hits it. Taran in jeopardy. Oh, well, knocked over. A ball that probably wasn't going to go for 6. Does go for 6. Maximal. Fielder made the cardinal error of getting caught under the ball, which meant he was moving back and he actually pushed it over the line. A ball that definitely would have bounced before the rope. Last ball coming up. Taran gets super lucky. 160's up now. Here's the last ball. Again, tries the variation. They get 1. Probably should come back for 2 or try. Having to hustle, he gets in. So, Cyprus with a very good finish. They were 59 in the first half, 104 in the second half, and really the big damage was done late, wasn't it? And they will end up with 163 for 3. Pretty interesting innings. Kind of had an even beginning, I'd say. Then it looked like Finland were ahead. Then looked like Finland were ahead even more. Cyprus worked their way back, and you could even make an argument, and I think the supercomputer agrees, that Cyprus is slightly ahead, but it is more or less a par total, I think, between these two teams. The innings punctuated by twin half centuries by the Cypriot number 3 and number 4, with Alexander Sen 57 of 47, 5 4s and a 6 for him. Mangala Gunasekara 30 was run out for 53 off 37 with 5 4s and 2 6s. Taranjit Singh came good actually towards the end as well. He was able to strike a 4 and a 6 and his 16 not out, and that was after Mazumdar went for 15. Kalugala out for 12. So the target for Finland will be 164. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes or so with the second innings to see who will get the jump in this format series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Have a little break and join us back, because the weather is great, the cricket is great, and the contest, I think, could be very great as well when we return to Happy Valley here in Cyprus for more ECN Cyprus Finland T20 International Cricket. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Cyprus as we get ready for the second half of match 1 of this 4-match T20I series between Cyprus and Finland. Finland batting for the first time in the series. Kai Shah looks like he's going to open up out there with Vanraj Padal. Just a slight bit of admin before we go. I did call the score as 163 first innings. On review, one of those sixes was only scored a 4 originally. And that's been fixed up in the break. So Cyprus end up on 165 for 3 off their 20 overs. 166 is the target. Here we go with the second innings. It's going to start with a dot. Interesting, the shirt number of the bowler is definitely not Adam Sen. It's bowling, shirt number 65. Maybe it is, actually, when I... Oh, eyesight obviously needs a bit of work. But, yeah, it is Adam Sen, actually. I'll get better to tell my sends from my sends. But, yeah, opening with spin, pretty interesting tactic. Yeah, so Shah there with Padal. Nice of Vanraj to take some time out of the gym to join us. First runs of the innings. Sweep gets past the infield. I'll get 2. It's a real topsy-turvy opening. Cyprus really got going towards the end though. Well, what sort of Finland are we going to see? Hello, Johnny Heason. Nice to see you. Nice that you can join us. Good first overs actually from Adam Sen. Really darting them in, isn't he? I wonder if this is a case of Adam Sen bowling just this first over to sneak through it, or whether they will kind of go back to him in the third. Again, finds that block. Oh, that's brilliant over. Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. There was 1 off the first over of the game. There's 1 over the first over of the second innings. There's 1 without loss after 1. Warm welcome back to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Over number 2, about to get underway. First one out on the leg side, so I'm looking for in a power play here. Probably want to go 9s. So let's say 50 in the power play. Be happy with where you're at. So wickets in hand, pretty crucial. Cyprus did keep wickets in hand during their innings. The pad, but missing leg stump by a fair distance. Shahi holding over number 2. I'm not convinced with this one. It was a huge appeal. It might have been a little noise, but it didn't seem to take a big deflection the way you'd expect. I think that's a good decision from the umpire. Wasn't pressured by the... slants in. I've really seen the ball swing the way that we saw for Finland early. They certainly made the most of that phase of the game. Good fielding in the circle there as well. I mentioned the fielding battle as well. Cyprus not a team you always associate with kind of top of the fielding game, but that is an area they have been improving in. Also, they make up their team composition changing a little bit year by year as well, of course. New players are introduced. Interesting. They've still got, by sending Padal out, yes, Padal's a pretty experienced campaigner, and you've got Kai Shah there. I mean, it does make their batting lineup look reasonably long. I think you've got guys like Jordan O'Brien, like Nick Salonen, you've got Amjad Sher, of course, now Cherry there. So, I mean, they do bat down. Can they go at the required pace, and can they take pressure off some of these other batters, these two? Now we're into the pads. Good leg by as well. Beautiful day. Beautiful day for a cricket game. 2 of them today, of course. It's a little bit of a gap before match 2. It's nice, actually. They can space them out a little bit, give the players time to recover. The next game starting in around about 3 hours' time, just over a bit wide from Shahi. First time we've really seen the ball swing in this innings. Obviously, using the spinner first up isn't great for keeping the ball in swinging shape. Next up will be called a wide. Typically, balls down the leg side are called a wide, but T20 is maybe not as clear-cut as when we have T10 cricket, where anything down the leg side, unless it's between the batter and the stumps, of course, will be called a wide. Here, if the umpire thinks it may have hit the batter in his original position, then it might not be called. This time Padal gets out the bottom hand. He muscles it over. Wide, long on for 4. So, first boundary of the contest. Badly needed, really. Conditions in Limassol, 24 degrees, and like I said, perfect for cricket. Oh, that's a great shot. That's a really good shot from Van Raj. Well, he's on. If he's hitting him like that, watch out. Played that on length. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Used the pace of Shah here. There's a bit of width to work with. A good finish to the second over for the Finns. They're 15 without loss after 2. Had a question in the chat. Are these internationals or T20 internationals, full T20 internationals, because it's an artificial pitch? Yeah, well, they are full T20 internationals. In 2019, the ICC decreed that all member countries, when they play each other in with eligible players under the international criteria in T20 cricket, they are full T20 internationals, and I think that is brilliant. Brilliant for the game. It's been a huge game changer for cricket in Europe, no doubt about it at all. Here's March, so they are going to stick with Adam Sen. Bowled him. Well, Shah wanted that leg side. Plays right across the line, a ball that clips the top of the off stump, and is one piece of the puzzle for Cyprus as Shah goes for 2 off 9 balls and Finland 15 for 1. And really, I mean, you're better off getting out first ball than making 2 off 9 in the short format. Shah just got frustrated, didn't he? While he was there. And that will be the end of Kaiv Shah. So we'll be disappointed that he can't make the most of that opportunity at the top of the order. And Cyprus, like I said, they're just 3 behind Finland in the rankings. They're 52, Finland 49. They'll be hoping that they can essentially do enough to flip the rankings in this series. So, new batter comes to the crease, Faris Abbas. Well, he's another guy, actually, who we've seen a fair bit of on the network. Actually saw him playing for Talon Stallions back in the ECL a few years ago, but also he is now qualified to play for Finland. The thing is, you do see a bit of crossover with the Estonian and the Finland club setups because they are actually very close to each other. Hop, skip, and a jump across the water. ECN. Abbas pushes. Good proactive run there. Good response from Padal as well. Padal, maybe still thinking about his shot that he carved over cover point. Finally faces up. He's been really good at hitting that block hole. That's excellent running. It's good backing up and good fundamentals there from Finland to make something out of nothing there. I had a nice question here from Night Tyrant asking if commentary team are reading this. Well, I suppose you can have a one-man team. What do I think of Austria and potentially next year getting the top 40 and perhaps eyeing off WCL2 and longer form cricket. Abbas goes after this, finds the fielder, and he's going to be gone. So it's a short stay for Abbas. That was not caught with his hands. I'm telling you right now, it was caught somewhere that was not his hands, and I think you can gather from the pictures what he's caught it with. But I suppose you've got to have oh, yo. Well, I think it's probably good that he's off screen at the moment, but I'll tell you who won't be laughing. Well, 2 people, probably Shahi, who caught it, and Abbas, who's out. I suppose that Abbas doesn't waste too much time, though. Rated shot. But yeah, Shahi, well, we'll be queuing up for the magic spray there. Still ECN cricket in the end, I suppose. 17 for 2, Finland. Zahidul Kamal comes out. So, yeah, interesting. Got lots of options in their top 6 or 7 or 8. Finland, they do bat down. That's one thing that's really, really clear. All right, eyes have stopped watering, ready to go. Here's Zahid facing up. First one he's really put on a length, sent and grips back off the surface. End of the over, 17 for 2 after 3. When you've got a long batting order, it's these moments where you say, hey, that one batter that didn't get going, whether it was 2 off 10 or whatever, and then you get someone in that does get going, and you've reduced the amount of balls that are available to them. But having said that, also you don't want to get rock and rolled. You don't want to lose your 10 wickets in the 10 overs. Finland 25% chance at saying now. Yeah, so I didn't get to finish my Austria thoughts. Yeah, I still think they're a little bit off a team like, what's an example? I mean, they've got the potential to beat certain teams above them at certain times. I just don't think maybe they have the consistency of some of the teams that are playing that level. He's going to Sacre with the ball. But this is what's great about European cricket and the opportunities that have been afforded now to the ICC nations, the 34 nations. Particularly those where, there wasn't necessarily much organisation of the cricket being played pre-2019. There were different levels, of course. But you do get to test yourself against, the continent every 2 years in this format, which is the predominant format of international cricket now. As far as nations played, nations playing in it, it's 100 nations playing T20 international cricket. So, proof is in the pudding, isn't it? This is a good example here. Cyprus, rated a little bit behind Finland and trying to say, hey, we're above them. We want to take some points off them and we want to go up. And there are different levels of incentive. Karambia, quite a player for Austria? It definitely is. A player we know very, very well. First player to hit back-to-back centuries in ECN T10 cricket, in the European Cricket Series. But they've also got a lot of, they've got a well-rounded team, Austria. They play a certain way. I would say I would look at Austria going back 4 years ago. They played in, I think it was Scotland, but they qualified for the next round of World Cup qualifying, and they just weren't in that echelon at that stage, and then they couldn't compete with those next level teams. Harao brings out the bottom hand again. That should go for 4, and it will. Drags that one from outside the off stump. Not exactly a shot that'll win too many beauty contests, but does the job. A big van. Moves to 15. Yeah, so that would probably be a good example of the differences between, I suppose, the artificial pitch predominant level of cricket that you see in the 30s and 40s versus kind of when you're getting top 25 more turf cricket, because there's more resources, more facilities available. So thanks for the question. Bit short, and Kamal's waiting for it. He slams it. In fact, that's got all the way. Maximal! Not a good ball from Gunasakra. All right. Asks the question with the bumper and gets a pretty noisy answer from Zahidullah Kamal. And also, night time. Love your thoughts here. Love your questions. Keep them coming. ECN European Cricket Network. Get in the live chat on YouTube. As far as ODI status, I'm interested about ODI status and ODIs in general. Oh, well, He wanted to come. He's gone halfway. Non-striker had to go back to be safe. Hit the edge of the pitch. They weren't going to run there, but Kamal was determined for that single, and all he was seeing was the big number 13 of Pedal, who was saying, no, I don't think so. End of the over. And it's 31 for 2. Yeah, I actually think that over the next few years, the ODIs will be phased out at kind of almost all levels outside whoever qualifies for the World Cup. You might even end up just qualifying for a World Cup of 50 over cricket through T20 cricket. I think it's a dying format, isn't it? It's hard to argue with that. What keeps 50 over cricket alive is the 4-yearly World Cup. But I don't see... Yeah, I just see it being a T20 based international system in limited overs. Maybe outside the 50 over World Cup. Because I just don't think commercially it's going to work. But that's just, this is my thoughts, just a trend I'm noticing. So we might see some of these things, this 50 over cricket next year disappearing a little bit. A funny one, because it was full and it won't quite go for 4. Wait to see what the umpire says here. Off the back of the bat. So we can't see from our angle. Yeah, it was off the back of the bat, so I'll get 2. It's a pretty straight ball. Just turned the face a little bit too quickly. Sends ball pretty well. I just can't get him away, can they? This shows you accuracy is key, and he has been very, very good. Generally, he's been forwards. Occasionally put one in on length, but he hasn't been pretty predictable where he's putting the ball. But no one's really, except for that one that was charged. I would have thought maybe you had a chance to get him on the full and make something happen, but I suppose you just need to keep that run rate required under control. So, brilliant spell this from Adam Sen. Spot him originally from the far end, but he certainly made his presence felt. This time he does give him middle length to work with, and it's going to result in a wicket. This time it's the hands that are used. Padal's going to go. Trying to grab that one from outside the off stump, and ends up holding out. Again, it's a second outfield catch in the power play where there's only 2 out. For 3 after 5, 3 for 6 of 3 overs. What an incredible spell. Here comes Jordan O'Brien, batting 5. What I will say is they've certainly still got enough batting to do this, and required rate still under 9 and over. Someone's going to have to dig in, and much like we saw from Cyprus, someone's going to have to dig in and dig them out of trouble. We saw that with Cyprus, who, put it this way, at this stage they were 35 for 1, so more or less the same. Okay, only 1 wicket down, but I think with Finland's batting lineup, the 3 wickets won't phase them too much. It's just the pace that they're scoring. So you look at the quarters for Cyprus, 35 in the first quarter, 24 in the second quarter, 42 and 64. They really were able to make hay at the end of that innings. For a lot of the innings, the expected score was around about 120s. In the end, they able to kick and get up to the 160s. Jordan O'Brien's pretty important player. Salonen as well, Cher as well, and Cherry as well. So, I mean, there's 4 genuines still to come for Finland. Right, he's a fan favourite, Roshan Siriwardana, to bowl over number 6, last over of the power play. Such a good time to come on as well, if you are going to bowl a power play over, because the wicket's just fallen. This is the first one down the leg side. He might have flicked his pad with his bat, but there was no contact on the ball. So Roshan Siriwardana, he's been around for a while. We've seen him a lot of times on ECN, but maybe he's most famous for Corey Rutgers thinking that he is a dead ringer for Steve Waugh, and for that reason he gets the nickname Tugger for Roshan, who's bowling. That one's in the slot, and Zahid will come up, puts it up and over the top. This time it won't find an outfielder, but it will find the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Nice shot, just kind of angled in slightly, maybe a little bit of wobble in. Kamal puts it away. Yeah, so I know you can't see his face right now. Roshan, number 63. Do you see a bit of Steve Waugh in him? And looks-wise, by the way. I know Corey will be tuning in every time Roshan plays. Everyone's saying, yeah, we don't necessarily see the resemblance, but this one's on a good length. Jordan O'Brien hustles in. It's against a funny one for O'Brien because he doesn't want to play a silly shot and get out early here because he knows he has to play a kind of rebuilding role, but it is still a power play over. I think if it is in his slot, he'll go at this guy we have seen opening the batting quite a lot before. They like him in the middle order and also with the gloves. Done some keeping. There's Mohammed enjoying an ice cream. Oh, wouldn't he? Brian, this is the first one. Yeah, Mohammed Hussain works very, very hard to keep Cyprus cricket moving in the right direction. A few people thinking this match is over. I'm not so sure. Pretty good shot there from O'Brien, and this will skate across the boundary. Cuatro, and Jordan's away. He's been called Jordan O'Brien in the chat, and well, that was a smart shot, wasn't it? A question there in the chat from Pawsome Awesomes. Vinny, you played cricket for club level, right? Well, I played at one level below first class cricket. This is hit through the offside. This one will be stopped before it reaches the rope. I was very lucky though in Australia with the system there, although I was able to train a bit and be around that first class structure. Obviously in my position it was quite difficult to break in, but I was able to play with and against a lot of really, really good players, and a lot of them still playing actually, even though I'm not. But yeah, it was reasonably successful at that next level. Down, what you probably in England they call that Premier Cricket. I think they call that now in Australia as well, but we always would call it A-grade cricket. But anyway, that'll be the end of the 6th over, and it's 45 for 3. Pawsome asking, okay, I get so many questions about my career. Well, I can tell you, I actually have been playing a little bit because I've had some time off, and I've recently played over the weekend in the Croatian Sixers and pulled a muscle, ripped it off my bone. So right now, I'm not playing anything, but I am a wicket keeper, and I suppose lower order batter. Probably known for my wicket keeping more than anything else. But, yeah, my highest score is 124, which shows you I was batting at number 9, so it shows you generally what was thought of my batting was he's a good wicket keeper. But of course, playing a lot of indoor cricket, playing indoor cricket for Australia also, that's a form of the game where you have to do a little bit of everything, including bowling. So yeah, in the end, I've been around cricket all my life, and my journey's taken me to Europe in the last 5 or 6 years, where I've been privileged to commentate so much cricket in the European League and and internationally as well. Thanks for your question. Awesome. But back to the players out there. They're the real players that are making their mark in this new generation of European cricket, new generation of world cricket, really, in the last few years. Change of bowling. I would have gone back to Sen. I would have thought, just get as far ahead as you can. But I can also understand that you might want to be able to bring him back. Have him up your sleeve. So we've got Kalagala bowling over number 8. Jordan happy to have a look at the first one. Keep an eye on that required rate. It's in the 8s. I think they can handle it with the batting they've got. Jordan tries to make something out of this and wanted to go. That kind of slog sweep, or standing slog sweep. Yeah, Pawson with his question, yeah, still looking in good shape. Well, arguable, but thank you. A little bit short this time. Jordan hits it hard. And couldn't have picked out the fielder any better, really. Yeah. So, yeah, I've been playing a little bit, but only very casually. I did take 5 stumpings in a game for the first time ever recently. But I'm back to retired. This one will beat the fielder in the circle. They think of 2. Make a late decision to go. The throw pulls Ashish Barma away from the stumps. She haven't gone at the runner behind the stumps in this game. Yeah, so my season playing-wise is over now. A few injuries. I'm back to commentating full-time, which is kind of what I'm used to these days. Wide full toss this time, and hit reasonably well. Quite well enough to get to the boundary, though. They'll only get 1. Both the batters thought they was going for 4, but they'll have to settle for the 1. That'll take us to the end of the over. 50's up for Finland as well. 50 for 3 after 7. Yeah, so... Yeah, I suppose I forget, don't I? I haven't been on for a while. Some people might be watching ECN for the first time. I haven't watched so much ECN cricket. Welcome. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let your family, let your friends know about ECN. We have had a bit of a pause in the kind of the last quarter of 2025 and the first quarter of 2026, but we're back, and there's a big summer of cricket coming up. Like I said, it's going to be insane, actually. We're right up to kind of 700-800 games. I'm really thrilled to bring you the action. It's Vinny here, Mr. Maximo, along with the commentary team that'll be bringing you the sounds of European cricket over the next few months. Yeah, awesome. Let me know a little bit about you. Where are you watching from? Let us know. Love to have your questions. Hello to Helix as well. Great to see you, Helix. Hopefully you're well. On the change of bowling, it's going to be Karan Singh now, so they're really ringing the changes here. Just trying to keep Finland from settling against any particular bowler. Around the grounds, rival shot saying that Lala, also known as Nebul Bali, smashed 93 off 37 against Gibraltar. Well, Lala is a big unit, isn't he? Full toss, hanging full toss, but doesn't get punished. Mal only able to gather the single. I just have a feeling, you know, if Finland bat this out, I won't say bat this out, but, you know, if they don't run into wicket trouble, I think they can handle a required rate of around about 9. It's a big ask already. Locks him up. Jordan sizing up Karan Singh. Of course, 4-match series, so in the first game, you're miles ahead. searching length there. Beat the infield. I like that field as well. Still got 3 infielders protecting that. So no easy singles here. I'm going to put it in a difficult area for you. Foolish outside the off stump. Go up, go over the top if you dare. Again, he doesn't. Really got over this, 1 of 5 so far. Brendan is a Sri Lankan supporting Cyprus because there is a bit of a Sri Lankan influence in the Cyprus side, but it's quite a diverse side, I will say, as well. Coming more and more that way. Last ball, the over. Down the ground, O'Brien will retain the strike. After 8 overs, 52 for 3. Yeah, the thing with Finland, they haven't really had any match practice. I know they would have done a lot of indoor nets. They've got some good facilities there in Helsinki, but it's very different when you get out there in foreign conditions. I don't know how many of them would have seen the sun recently either. But batting's such a timing game. It can be... Yeah, it can just be a really frustrating time if you haven't batted a match for a while. But I wouldn't write Finland off at all. I mean, they're around about where Cyprus were runs-wise at the 8 over mark anyway. Look at the comparison. Cyprus were 50 for 2 after 8 overs, so still plenty of time. But it will be contingent, I think, on their 1 or 2 players playing big knocks for the Finnish Bears. Pace from the top end. And that looks like Real Braithwaite. O'Brien goes up and over the top. It's into a pocket of space. Oh, that's going to be 4. He's flicked it, but he's kind of over-flicked it back, hasn't he? And it will be 4 runs. In the end, got the wrong part of the hand on the ball. Right off the end of the bat from O'Brien. They want to run, they'll get a run. How do you get that 9 and over or so? You kind of need a boundary in the over to get there. At this level, you know, most batters, especially recognised batters, can go find singles in the odd 2 and get, say, 6 or 7 with them out of boundary. But it's that boundary that gets you to what you need off the over. Required rate already around 9.5. Away. Good running. Some of these slightly bigger fields than I suppose we see in T10 cricket on the network. There are 2s there. Recognise them early, run hard. Even this over with that boundary. Get 7 off the over with a couple to go. You've got to keep doing it. You've got to build a partnership. Well, Braithwaite with big filthy full toss. Really hit out of the middle. In fact, they'll only get 1. Rule will be pretty happy that he gets away with that. Rule also has a leadership role and the coaching of the team. And Dave's put in the chat. Again, if you're interested in European cricket, if you want to have a bit more access, we do a weekly call on the Spanish squad. Click that link and we'll have to do a weekly rundown. Oh, he's giving it. Well, Jordan O'Brien, I've got to say, I heard 2 noises there. He was on the front foot. Umpire was not waiting. He had that fingers. tell he wasn't thrilled with it. He thought it was because he was on the front foot. Maybe the bounce might have taken it over. Whether he felt he got a little inside edge. Whatever he thinks, it's kind of superfluous to the point. Because he will be out. LBW for 13. Braithwaite breaks through. And Finland lose a key batter 60 for 4. It'll bring Nick Salonen into the crease. It's always tough. We're lucky enough to have the bird's eye view, I suppose, but we are behind for the overs that are bowled from the far end. Salonen, this is a good test of him. He's the kind of guy you'd want when the chips are down. He's pretty experienced. We first saw him actually for in the Swiss competition. Qualifies for Finland. Zurich Lions he played for back in 2023. But right now, he's into the fire. End of the 9th over, 60 for 4, Finland. I did say a lot of this will come down to what kind of Finland we see with the bat. So far, they haven't really played to their potential. Cyprus just looking a bit fresher, looking like a team that have been playing, that are familiar with the conditions, familiar with the pitch, the outfield as well. Awesome. Thank you so much for your comment, saying that he's enjoying the channel and he's enjoying the commentary, bringing the energy. Well, it's impossible not to when you've got such an exciting landscape in front of you, and yeah, thrilled that we're able to cover this series on ECN. Back to Karan Singh. Top went away. Interesting, Nick Salonen did face the last ball of that last over. This was a 7-ball over that I missed. But we definitely did see Nick Salonen face a ball. The main thing is they get the score right, I suppose. He's definitely facing up now. Almost chops on. And that's the shot of a player that is probably getting out there in the middle. A significant high stakes game for the first time in the season. That might have had a little inside edge on it. I don't know if you put it a genuine chance, but it was only a feather. Was there anything on it? Umpire, he says no. He says it's by a little bit of something in the microphones. That's a great time to have an ice cream. And Andrew Armitage, he's certainly saying, hey, Mohammed, I saw you having an ice cream. As a touring official, I should also be having an ice cream, and he certainly is having an ice cream. Why not? Where's my ice cream?
Okay.
Oh, Finland a long way behind in this game now. As that rate required creeps towards 10. Good bowling. So, take us to the end. I think it's got a slight bit of an issue to sort with the scoring, but I think we will sort that for you, and we will be able to give you that an accurate score before too long. Again, we'll be in that mid-60s, requiring basically 100 off the last 10 overs. You can just see, especially with that from that far end, they haven't been able to get anything away. It's quite incredible. If you look at the bottom right graph there, you can see the 5 overs, all for 1 from one each. You couldn't make that up, could you? But yeah, it gives us a nice chance to welcome everyone wherever you're watching from around the world. There's a nice wide shot of the ground. And yeah, Pawsome, let me know if you'd like me to call you anything that's not Pawsome. But Pawsome Awesomes is a pretty cool name. Let me know where you're from in India. I've actually got a bit of Indian heritage myself, some Punjabi heritage on my father's side. Well, I was born in Perth, Western Australia. I've been in Europe for quite a while now, and yeah, really exciting times for European cricket as well. Dave B, excited by the ice cream? Why wouldn't you be? Here's my question: what's your go-to ice cream truck? Ice cream. I always like the one that you dip in the chocolate, and then they have we call it a flake. I don't know what they call it over here, but basically a chocolate bar jammed into it. So Sidhu is watching from Bangalore. Well, you're an RCB fan, maybe, Sidhu? No, a lot of people I meet are big RCB fans here in Europe and follow the IPL, which of course is in full swing at the moment. Kushal is asking, when's the European T10 World Cup? I mean, we'd love to have a World Cup. We don't really have these marquee events lined up this season because of some of the operational changes that have come into effect over the last 9 months or so. But there are things happening behind the scenes, and we've got some big plans to reveal to you that we just can't reveal to you quite yet, but we will in due course. So keep an eye on our website, europeancricket.com. Yeah, T10 World Cup. Love the format, love the idea. Where would you have it? I've got my ideas. Right, Saladin. Good to go. 3 for 4 is the score. Maybe the over count is one behind, but 103 off 60. Let's rock and roll. Brathwaite comes back. It's pretty quick between the sticks. We'll get a single. So yeah, key partnership coming up. So I think likely there's less ball remaining than what the equation would say there. Kamal in jeopardy. Oh, he's dropped an absolute sitter. An absolute sitter. And I said it earlier, I said the fielding could be key. Ball, but my word, that's a very lucky moment for Zahidul and Kamal. Remember that, dropped on 21. Bowling there from Ruel. Cyprus, winning form is good form. Like I said, they've got one game in the last 12. Admittedly, a lot of it against opponents significantly lower than them, but it's like they've been working hard. And that time had the clear double noise. Otherwise, I think Mal could have been on his bike. The dot ball's a good ball. Finland's chance is fading here. Run rate required climbing over 10.5 and over. Looks like they want to get set here before they launch, but can't wait too long. Get after the block goal, can't do too much with it. We'll have to settle for a single. Got a chance though. Think about who's to come in next. Amjad Sher probably. Nell and Cherry. So you got two genuine bats still to come. Seems too much to matter ankle with the bat. But I think you got to almost say to you to say, right, we need 11 and over. We need 11 off this over. So let's not let it creep out of hand anymore. Fast hands from Souden. That's an excellent shot. And it'll bring in 4 runs. That'll be a real confidence booster for Nick. Love the way he just snapped the wrists at the right moment there. It wasn't actually that wide. Found the gap as well in the outfield, so an important one for Nick Salonen. That'll take us to the end of the over, so 71 for 4. Again, apologies, but our ball counter is 1 behind, but the score should be right. Oh, drop catch. Another one. This one not as easy. Wow. Excellent fielding. Cyprus lifting their game on the ground, even if their catching hasn't been great. This kind of ball that needs to disappear, and it will. Maximal. Hanging full toss from Karan, who hasn't really gone for many runs at all, but that one was asking for it, and it gets it.
Get it. That's the ball, let him watch the ball, come on. Finish well here. Come on, boys, come on.
Gambling side by fair margin. League side by a lot, probably 2 stumps, maybe 3. Down the ground then. Should take us to the end of the over, and a pretty good one. And I do think we are back where we need to be with the scorecard. It is 80 for 4 after 12. Beautiful shot of what's around this ground. A real kind of, it's a bowl, basically. What's a valley? Happy Valley, I love it. Great name for a ground as well. And yeah, Dave, I should say happy birthday. I haven't had a chance to wish you happy birthday yet. But happy birthday to you, 72 I believe today, Dave. Yeah, did they need the fire brigade to put up candles? International Nursing Council 5467 commentators favourite IPL team, I can tell you, Deccan Chargers. Deccan Chargers till they die. Might not be some people that are old enough to remember the Deccan Chargers, but hey, Deccan Chargers, thank you. Salonen carves that out. 11 and over required from here. So this is where I think I'd go. Right, you need to get 11 off this. Risk your wicket doing so. Push and run. Yeah. Anchit superstar. Hello, Anchit. Yeah, Gilly captain, Andrew Simons, Herschel Gibbs, Rohit Sharma, RP Singh. Yeah, Deccan Chargers, baby. Haven't had a win in a while. Have won an IPL. Royal's been pretty good at jamming it in the block, hasn't he? Not giving him too much to play with. Well, overdid the Yorker that time, and it was good time for Kamal to get a little bit improvisational. Kind of knee-high full toss, and he helps it away to the boundaries. And there's the boundary for the over. Probably at the stage now where, in fact, it's been called a no ball as well. Wow, okay. Well, it didn't that high to me, but it's been called. And I assume it was called for a height. So now free hit. That is a bit of a bonus, isn't it? Too much with the free hit, have to settle for a single. Yeah, good to see that Anchit saying he's been following us since 2020. Me too. Thomas asking about the April Fool's joke. The April Fool's joke last year was that I've been caught up to the IPL. Hasn't happened yet. To be honest, like I said, I'm not retired from cricket. I was kind of a slower pace of commentary work lately. But I think that's gonna. You'll be hearing plenty from me over the European summer, particularly May, June and July. Yeah, I do remember International Nursing Council. Let us know if you'd like me to call you something else. Yeah, I very much remember. Salmon can have to settle for one, so ones don't help you too much at this stage. As we will get to the end of the 13th over in Finland, 90 for 4, and really Cyprus. We look at the last 5 overs they've added and the first 5 that they bowled is really important. Winning of the middle of this game. Awesome. Absolutely love your enthusiasm, but I will just say don't put your comment in all caps, otherwise it'll get blocked. And I don't want you to get blocked. Sidhu. So yeah, just some of the chat etiquette here. No all caps, and to try and keep the emojis to 5 or less. Yeah, more IPL questions. Not a huge fan of the impact player. I like an 11-on-11 game. I do think I'm not necessarily saying you stick to tradition at all costs, but I think balancing your 11 is kind of fundamental to the game of cricket. So I think you have your 11. I'm not a huge fan of substitutions in first-class cricket either. A concussion sub, I can understand, and I'm in support of that, but injury substitutions outside that, not interested. Part of cricket is being able to last the game. Here's Tugger, Roshan Siriwardana. Starts with a Y, but a little bit of swing there for Roshan. Hello to Crushed Master, good to have you with us as well. Plenty of activity in the chat. Good numbers here. Nice to be back doing international cricket. Trouble, this is high. Again, will it reach? I think it will reach. And it'll go down so high they get 2, even though that ball hasn't left the infield.
Keep going, come on lads!
away with it maybe. Such a good throw. Yeah, Deccan Chargers. I do remember the 2009 final because it was in South Africa. That was the IPL played in South Africa, IPL 2. White call, just I can't quite find the radar. I don't know who was the MVP of the final. Oh, trying to go leg side, needs to go offside, he knows it. It was either Kumle bowled very well. I also remember that Simons batted really well. And bowled really well in the final. I remember Coley getting stumped round leg side by Gilchrist and Simons. Gilchrist and Simons, two of my favourite players actually at the time, or even of all time. They just happened to be drafted in the same Deccan side. And unfortunately, the Deccan side haven't lasted as long as the IPL has. Can't get that where he wanted it. Ballin has to settle for a single. Yeah, Deccan, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending if you're a Sunrisers Hyderabad fan. played the first few editions. Wow, an outrageous swing, and Kamal goes down. I wonder if he just might have got a bit of cramp there. Just the way he went down. Can sympathise with him. End of the over, 97 for 4 after 14. So, 2080. Definitely not no chance, especially someone like Amjad Shah to come in next. But you just don't know with some of these guys if they're how much cricket they've played and if they can produce it from ball one, which you kind of need to. Vinny here, by the way. If you want to ask me any questions. My favourite current batter bowler all-rounder. Wow, it's tough these days. Mine are all in probably European cricket. I have to have a think about that one. Whereas Rico says, Anchit, well, Rico is in Spain and he will be on the mic tomorrow. I'm going to say, because he's a personal friend of mine, Cooper Connolly with the bat. Because I always hope he does well. Cooper and I know each other pretty well, plays at the same indoor club as me. We've played heaps of games together. Cooper Connolly can actually bowl pretty quick if he bowls left arm seam. Obviously he bowls spin when he's playing professional cricket, but he's actually pretty handy left arm. Yeah, kind of seam up bowler. Bowler? Good question. I think Bumrah's pretty cool. I always like people that do things a little bit differently. So I was a big fan of Malinga and people that are game changers, really. All-rounder. Needed more time. I guess I can't say Jacques Callis anymore, can I? Can I still say Andrew Simons? No, I just love him. I just loved, watched him live and got the opportunity to see him close up. Right now they do think it's time to bring back Adam Sen. Remember, Sen bowled 3 very tight overs up front. Modern day all-rounder. Need more time to think. All-rounding's kind of gone a little bit out of the game, hasn't it? It's generally, in the beginning, everyone thought T20 cricket, pick 5-6 all-rounders. Kamal does get this away. Have to settle for 1. I think in the beginning, T20 cricket, everyone thought, have 5 or 6 all-rounders, have options. But I think over time they realised, no, you're better off having 6 genuine bats, genuine keeper bat, 4 genuine bowlers. Okay, maybe 1 that can do both. But you're better off having 6 and 5. Salinan takes out the long handle, and it will go the journey. Maximal needed. 100 comes up for Finland. They're not dead yet. Been hanging around. So yeah, question about Rico. Rico is on the European Cricket Festival coming to you from Spain tomorrow. So that means that tomorrow there will be multiple bits of cricket in the afternoon. I can get you a time on when he starts as well, actually. Have a look. But yeah, Rico's doing Saturday and Sunday in Spain. I'm doing Friday, Saturday, the Cyprus series. So we have a Saturday crossover. Salman wants it again. This time should be gone. Another opportunity. This time it is taken. So Cyprus, we saw them miss out earlier. Salman tries to double dip. He's going to go. Not easy in the set. Would you believe he's got 4 wickets now? There's a lot going on. But Salman will go 105 for 5 and Sen with the 4th wicket. Yeah, so tomorrow we have, basically the day goes Cyprus starting once again 9:30 Central European time, 10:30 in Cyprus. And around about the finish of that first game, the Spanish festival will start. There'll be double trouble tomorrow afternoon. Rico will be doing a T20 and a T10 at Sporting Alphas in Spain, and then I'll be here doing the last match of this series. And Sunday, Rico will be exclusively taking you through the action. So Rico and I aren't together at the moment. It's been a bit of a trend last few years. Rico don't actually see each other that often because with volume of cricket, we're often pulled to different places. Anyway, okay, I've gone from Nell and Cherry. He has big arms. He's gonna bat 7. Something on this. Ooh, it was there, mate. Might have been the keeper. Couldn't hold on to it. Ashish Bum. So I think it'll be 3 wides. Yeah, 3 wides. So yeah, and non-carrot, yeah, I'm with you here. It's a definite possibility that Nell and Cherry and potentially someone like an Amjad Sher could come out and completely change this game. Belted. Well, really have a chance there. Did Sen, but he does have a chance at a kind of 5 for here, really. Last ball for Sen. Don't get the 5 for a man that had only, well, never taken a 2 for before in his T20I career. That's an incredible job from Adam. He'll finish with 4 for 18 off his 4 overs. Finland 109 for 5 after 15 overs, but they're still in it. I still think they're in it. They need a partnership. They need someone to click. If you look at the comparisons, I mean, in the first half after 15 overs, Cyprus were 101 for 2. And Finland, okay, albeit they've lost 5 wickets, but I also think that when you look at who's still to bat, there's still batting to come. Skating on thin ice. Had a question about what's the dimensions of the boundary. I'd say it's more or less 65 metres from the centre, give or take. Kind of what I call regular T20 boundaries. Maybe a little bit on the longer side than the minimum regulation.
Come on, boys.
Here's Siri Wadana. Big swing and a little scratch on that. Nell and Cherry's going to have to go. Wasn't the right shot to try and play. It was outside the off stump. He tries to heave it away over the leg side and a little scratch. Well held on to by Ashish Bam low down. And so, target delivers. And it's 109 for 6. Nell and Cherry will look back on Fondry. Now you're getting... They've gone for Tumbe now. Interesting. I mean, Tumbe's a decent bat, but I just think this is prime Amjad Sher territory. You can have Amjad Sher, but 9. It just seems a bit crazy. But I mean, Tumbe, like I said, he's a guy can hit the ball well on his day. Mahesh come to the party. High score of 31 not out, but averaging 10. Strike rate of 76.5. Not exactly amazing numbers, and he'll be gone first ball, so I think we will be seeing the Wild thing before too long. Tuggers on a hat-trick. Finland on their last legs, 109 for 7. Another caught behind. Same dismissal in consent. I still think there's one guy that can win it from here, from Finland, it's Amjad Sher, and I'd be amazed if I don't see him walking to the crease now. And it is a golden duck. We are in the wiki era. Remember, Amjad Sher, number 20, walking to the crease. I can't remember hitting 9, ever. Maybe it's he hasn't had too much time to practice or to, you know, hasn't had too much batting. All right, hat-trick ball. That's straight to the field. I won't get a run. This is classic last roll of the dice territory now. These two. Look at still to come. Not matter Shankar hasn't batted yet. You've got left arm spinner Shinwari hasn't batted yet. They're going to do too much with the stick. Steps across, Sher likes that leg side, but he hasn't got it. Doesn't get it because he's probably gone straight to a fielder. Has to settle for one, but I mean, Sher likes that leg side, but he's a little bit better than that as well. You look at a guy bowling gentle outies, you're trying to skip across and go over leg side, it's not the odds. Kamal, monkey see, monkey do. Gets a full toss. This time they should be able to get a pretty comfortable 2. Bang, bang to start over number 16. Last ball of the over. Still getting good swing, isn't he, Roshan? A reminder, I mean, these two teams obviously playing for ranking points and positions in the ICC pecking order, but also both preparing to host sub-regional qualifiers this summer. Cyprus starts next week and Finland's is in August. Host 9 other teams. Bit of it, but not the whole thing. The bottom hand in that, Kamal will have to be satisfied with the single. He's 35 under chair 1, and with 4 overs remaining, Finland 114 for 7. Like I said, they're still ahead on the comparison. It was quite a remarkable last 6 overs in the first innings. Listen to this. So they were 87 for 2 after 14 overs, and then 14 off the next, 10 off the next, 19 off the next. Only 3 came off the 18th over, which was Madhushanka. But then 32 coming off the last 2. So they went from 133 off 18 to 165. Magical last over. So Madhushanka, 3 off his second last over and 20 off his last over. So it's made such a big difference in this game. For so much of that first innings, it looked like Cyprus were going to hit 120, 130. I kind of thought that 150 to 155 was a roundabout par. And they ended up slightly above it. And that's why they're in the box seat here. Like I said, last roll of the dice time. I wouldn't put it past these two to hit fire, but it's getting less likely by the ball. Kahi comes back, loses the first one down the leg side. Well taken by Bam. It's impressed me. They've gone for him behind the stumps. They've got options there. Experienced Nalan Patharana in the squad. And what I like about Cyprus here is they've generally gone full and they've generally gone block hole. There haven't been too many cross-bat shots attempted or executed. They've had a pretty clear plan to pitch it up and ask Finland to kind of elevate like that. Pretty difficult. Pretty difficult to get under that. And if you can keep the ball on the ground, well, suddenly this field's quite protectable. Steps across, hanging top edge. And that will go all the way. I called it a top edge because I genuinely think it was. But it just got up into the slipstream and it flew. Maximal. This guy is unpredictable. Amjad batting 9. I think kind of we know what we can expect from Kamal by now. He's a good player, but he hasn't quite brought his A game. But Cher, he could make this happen, you know. Uh-oh, it could be trouble as this is in the air. Bam, we'll take a simple catch. So again, this is the difference, I suppose, with bigger boundaries and the international level of cricket. You've got a bit of a one-dimensional strategy. Jumps across again. He wants to turn the face of the bat. Gets a leading edge. It balloons up. Well done by Ashish Bam as well. I think he's kept pretty well. He quickly called everyone off that ball, and really now I think it's a bridge too far for the Finnish Bears. They're 122 for 8. New batter comes out, Hamadullah Shanwari, but fading away. Who's to say? Like I said, they're still ahead on the comparison. But this is where the wicket's in hand. Despite them having a huge batting order, they've continued to lose wickets throughout this innings. I think it's pretty clear now. Well, that would have been out if he did. But does well, Shinwari, to at least get off strike. And now, really, it's over to you, Zahid. Been there for, seems like forever. Came in at number 4, 17 for 2. Through his legs, being megged. So to give you an idea, he scored 36 out of 105 runs that have been scored since he arrived. So that'll be the end of the over. Just think, that second last ball that over was actually a 1 to Shinwari. So I think they're actually 1 run behind. So yeah, after the wicket, Shinwari came out. He got a single, and then it was Kamal that missed the last ball. So it's something they might fix up. Again, new systems being tried all the time. All right, 18th over, and he's gone straight away. So, Shinwari's going to have to go. And his stay will be a brief one. Another catch for Bam. How many's he got now? It's been a few. That's his 4th catch. Good job. Okay, some of them have been regulation. And we get down to the number 11, Matishanka. Yeah, just remember that second last ball of the over before was a 1, not a dot. And so I think the graphics might be going a little bit haywire here for a little while, but we'll definitely sort it out. I've got that 123 for 9. All right, 1 wicket away now. And I think you've got to give credit to Cyprus. They've just won some key aspects of this game, some key passages. But I think you also see enough from Finland to know that you know that they're going to get better during the series. They've had a very, very different preparation. So, 2 Wadana, 3 wickets. Let's not forget the 4 from Adam Sen. Done the heavy lifting. 4 catches as well for Bam. Well, Matishanka wants a bit of it, and he's going to get it. Well, that's a pretty good shot for a number 11. Brilliant shot. Next one is worked out just for a single.
Come on, Rishi, come on. Finish strong here, boy. 1 more wicket for you, boy.
Funny old game, isn't it? Really looked like Cyprus were going to struggle to post even 130. Finland have made that many and might get a couple more. But no, augurs for a good series. This one's timed into the gap. It won't have enough to go to the boundary. We'll get 2. Is there any chance? I mean, when you see a 6 like that from the number 11, you start thinking, hey, is this some sort of miracle game? It is possible. You'd need the same kind of finish that Cyprus did, albeit you're down to your last wicket. End of the 18th over, 134 for 9. So you need 16 and 16. So, biggest over of the game, I suppose, by definition. Because to have any chance, Finland need to be going, but yeah, basically 15 plus off this. I know it's one thing to say, oh no, Kamal might have batted a bit slowly, but he hasn't had a lot of the strike. And who's been with him? He hasn't wasted a lot of balls, Kamal. So I don't think you can criticise him because he's still there and others aren't. All right, here we go. 19th over, Shahi. Pretty well hit by Matishanka. And that's going to go away for 4. So, Matishanka, I don't know if they've ever even seen him bat before. Bowls well, batting 11. And he's come out, he's hit a 6 and a 4. And this game is not completely dead. It's just quite dead. All right, what do you think? 138 now. If they do win this, it's going to be a miracle match. Finland, slow ball, smart. So now you've got a situation where basically Matyshenko, despite batting below Kamal, is probably the quote-unquote recognised batter, or the one you'd rather have on strike. Again, haven't seen too much of either of these guys bat. I mean, I know that Shimori's good left-arm spinner. I like what I see from Matyshenko with his bowling so far, but it's a big ball. Minimum one here. Obviously, you get out. It's the end of the game. He's gone all over. He saw the full toss. He got stars in his eyes. Can't really blame Kamal either, as he shouldn't have even been up to him, but that will be the end, and Cyprus will get the win. They'll end up winning this one by 26 runs, 165, 139, and Cyprus take a 1-0 win, a 1-0 lead in this 4-match series. What an interesting game that was. Again, T20, obviously, we see it a lot around the world, but I mean, at this level, there's more twos and fro's. There were times that the batters were on top in the game. There were times the bowlers were on top in the game. But really, it was a fascinating contest. I think Finland will be disappointed that they just continue to lose wickets at regular intervals. I think despite the efforts of Kamal, who kind of played that other end role for a lot of the innings. But you look at the way some of them got out, it's quite avoidable. But Cyprus, I think they opened up with Adam Sen. That turned out to be a really good move. He took 4 wickets. I think that Cyril Wardana with 3 wickets was important as well. And in the end, Finland, I'll be disappointed to go down, but they will know that they can square the ledger this afternoon. Cyprus, though, on home turf, just looking like a team a bit more up for the contest today. Finland rusty, but I'm sure they'll come back strong. Finland losing all 10 wickets on the way to 139. So, again, what I like about this, it's a contest. There's a pretty even contest, I think, between these two teams. And I'm not sure if that single game will have any bearing on the rankings. They'll probably recalculate at the end of the day. But remember, Cyprus, they're 3 spaces behind Finland on the ICC World T20 rankings. Finland's innings chasing 166 for victory never really went to plan. Kaiv Shah out for 2. And Faraz Abbas out for 1. So at that stage, they were 17 for 2. That brought Kamal to the crease. He lost Padal at the other end for 18. Jordan O'Brien, 13. Salonen looked good until he held out for 27. And then single figures until Matyshenko fought hard for 13 not out, batting at number 11. Zahidullah Kamal was left stranded, 38 not out. And Finland finished 139 all out with 9 balls left on the table. 4 wickets for 18 for Sen, his best figures ever in T20 international cricket. A couple of wickets to Shahi as well, including the one that finished the contest. 3 for 35, Cyril Wardana had some important breakthroughs as well. The other wicket went to Ruel Braithwaite. There is exactly 1 hour and about 45 minutes until the next game. So there'll be a little bit of a break. Set your alarm if you like, 1 hour 45, and we will be back here. We'll have toss news on our website, European Cricket, as soon as we can. And also interesting to see if there's any changes made in the playing 11s. It's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Thanks again to everyone in the chat. We've appreciated your company. Make sure you come back in 1 hour 45. To Dave, to Johnny, to Tom, Thomas Martinez, to Helix as well, and everyone else. Make sure you join us back in 1 hour and 45 minutes when we'll return for match 2 of this bilateral T20I series between Cyprus and Finland from Happy Valley. We'll see you then for match 2 of this T20I series.
Good evening, everybody. Hope you're enjoying this break. About 22 minutes to go before we starting, and I'm just doing a little audio test during the break. So, yeah, you can hear my sweet little voice for a moment while I set up some audio. News from the toss, which we just had, actually, I can give you right now. Cyprus won the toss and elected to bat. And no changes for the Cyprus playing 11. For Finland, they'll have 3 players coming out and 3 players going in. Okay, just doing another little mic check here, see if you can hear me. Sounds good. As I said before, Cyprus won the toss and have elected to bat. No changes in their playing 11. Finland will have 3 new players coming in.
The gate is the head, the 50 is the tail.
No worries. Good.
Heads. Call his heads. And it's a tail.
We'll have a bat first, please.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
You sure?
Yeah, here we are.
Cyprus.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world as we get ready for the afternoon match here on opening day of this bilateral T20 international series between the hosts Cyprus and the tourists Finland. News from the toss is that the Cyprus team once again have won the toss and elected to bat, so it'll be the same order of innings. And it looks like we're all ready to go. And it's going to start with a cover drive that won't go for a run. So, well, it's better late than never. And they've actually started this game about a minute and a half early. So hopefully you're almost ready to bring it to you. I suppose sometimes you can be keen as a bean and ready to go. And look, it'll be pretty interesting to see the Cyprus batting and what they can do. Share, it was good earlier on. This time it's lifted up over the offside. Turn for one, come back for a second. And yeah, well, we do find this, even though this is ICC cricket, but obviously, I suppose in the ECN universe, we're used to running things to the exact second. And we probably wouldn't find that some people are still getting back to their positions because we haven't quite ticked over to the 3:30 local time. Share, though, it's very good earlier. This one squeezed into the ground. They've got kind of a floating slip in. So Shea only gave up 1 run in his first over earlier. He was excellent for Finland, but Finland's batting kind of fell away despite having a pretty long, strong batting order. Kind of 9-10, you could say, genuine bats. But they couldn't get the job done. Cyprus found a way to get away. As this one squeezes and causes the keeper to do a bit of work. I don't think Shea could believe that one and missed. Apologies, a few little technical things. That might happen when the game starts a bit earlier than was expected. And again, I want to welcome back everyone, Thomas, to Dave, and to Julian Dawson as well. Good to have you with us. And yeah, hello to everyone else that's joined us. A bit of a gap between the games so far. But yeah, if you missed that first game, Cyprus ended up with 165 for 3 off their 20 overs, and Finland chasing 166 for victory. Ended up running out of batters and running out of time. All out for 139 with 9 balls left on the table. So apologies for the slight technical issues that we're faced with. And Shea gets whacked for a 6. Maximo to start the scoring in earnest. 2 Apologies for the break in transmission, but hopefully we're back now and you're back with us. As you missed too much in that second over, 19 without loss, Cyprus after 2. And just a slight technical issue, but good to go now. And Brathwaite getting his first taste of the action there in over number 2, Shinwari. Interesting, they do open with a spinner, and he finishes with none for 4 off that over. Share comes back, low full toss, turned away to the leg side. And we'll come back for a pretty comfortable 2. I suppose these things are bound to happen. Obviously, it's a new era, really, in ECN in 2026. But we're certainly really enjoying bringing the action to you. Brathwaite up in order to do a job. Wide, I think. Kalagala got the call before, but the big man, Brathwaite by name, Brathwaite by nature. We'll be hoping to make a bit of a difference. Like I said, he's got a bit of a mentor role as well, very experienced cricketer. Flirts with that one, Brathwaite, but interesting, Share going slightly shorter length. Has been getting the ball to hoop around. I'm Judge Share, aka the Wild Thing. Back-to-back 6s off Share to finish the first over. Mazumda getting his measure, knocked the lights out. Pulls out of a pull shot there. Might have been a little clicky noise, but it seemed to be near the bat. You see the little adjustment in play as well, although it wasn't Brathwaite, it was Mazumda that got after Share in the first over. But he's definitely banging in a little bit. Doesn't really want to give Brathwaite that front foot heave. Mazumda on strike, actually. Slow ball. Yeah, interesting. So that's something they'll probably fix up maybe while everything was getting fixed. But it's definitely Mazumda who's facing here in over number 3. Couple to come in it as well. Decided to go on the hit. It wasn't picked up cleanly. Probably a single there anyway. It was Hamadullah Shinwari doing the fielding to his left. Oh, is there a little nick on this? There is, and Brathwaite's going to have to go. Excellent outswinger. Kind of set him up. The old 3-card trick there was kind of shorter length all over. Brathwaite not really launching onto the front foot there. A little feather outside edge, and Jordan O'Brien does the rest. So a very handy wicket early in the gamble to put Big Brathwaite to the top of the order. It does not pay off. He'll be out for a reasonably low score. And Share, well, certainly a happier finish to his second over compared to his first, and it was 23 for 1. New batter comes out, and it's going to be Alexander Sen, the captain. Made a half century in the earlier fixture. definitely wonderful conditions for cricket as well in Limassol. Breezy Friday afternoon. TGIF, as they say in the classics, 25 degrees currently. A couple of clouds in the sky compared to earlier, but still pretty good. Gets after this one down the ground, and that will run away for a boundary. So I suppose with some of these bowls in the opening stanza, and I have been pretty impressed with the bowling quality today. And the bowls are hitting their areas, but you've got to take some more genuine risks, I think. You see that there with Mazumda, not really trying to keep it down. Almost a caught and bowled opportunity, but he gets the result and gets 4 runs. Now, gets a bit careful, fair enough too. Pretty well bowled again. Yeah, just looking at these teams, how pretty evenly matched. You saw that in the first game, lots of twists and turns along the way. Cyprus just won some of those key exchanges, didn't they? Key phases of the game. Junaid Khan comes in, I noticed, for Finland this time around. Well bowled, beats him outside the off stump. So yeah, Cyprus going in unchanged. Anaketh Puste comes in for Tambe. Junaid Khan comes in for Zahidullah Kamal. Interesting that, yeah, they leave Zahidullah Kamal out, despite Kamal kind of batting through their innings. In the end, he was the last guy out in match 1. Ended up with 39 off 36. End of the 4th over, 28 for 1. If you missed that earlier, Cyprus 165 to 139 in match 1 of this series. 4-match series. Both these teams, if you just joined us, they are both hosting a sub-regional qualifier, World Cup 2028 sub-regional qualifier. The qualifying starts pretty much straight after the previous edition. So despite there being a T20 World Cup earlier in the year, the qualifying starts and the road for every ICC country. There is a path for every ICC country to qualify. Shares bat. Wow. Well, Sen sees no fine leg. O'Brien. Ice ran quicker than his legs, and then he pulls it back to nobody, so they're going to get 2. It's a bold choice, but Sen, remember, he's kind of already got his iron. He did score a half century earlier today as well. But he said it's a pretty safe shot. Pitched up and driven through the offside. We'll get 1. Share, they bowled him his 4 out earlier. I thought that was a good call. Pulled away this time. It's in front of the umpire. Runs away close to the boundary. Resumed up to a bit of a heater. Didn't really fire earlier. It was one of Cher's victims caught behind for 15, Roman Mazumda. But he's been round for, feels like forever. Rolling off cutter this time, goes skywards. Well, this should be out. Coming down and taken. Simple catch. Taken by Fahim Nelanchari. And Mazumda, well, he was off to such a great start, wasn't he? Long on was back. So through the shot way too early, and that's why it ended up going skyward. So sure, I'll get Mazumda for the second time in the day. He'll be gone for 25, and Cyprus 33 for 2 in the 5th over. I wonder if Cyprus have also thought, because they had a really slow start in the previous game, saying, okay, look, we ended up with heaps of wickets in hand. Why don't we throw someone like Brathwaite up to the top, see if he can make something happen. Mazumda also, I've seen him taking a few risks, although I suppose 125 is about the normal strike rate. Lefty comes in, Angala Gunasekara. These were the two. They did the heavy lifting earlier. Alex Sen with 57 off 47, unbeaten at the end of the innings. Gunasekara made 53 off 37 before. He was run out late in the piece. Can they do it again? He put on 83 for the 3rd wicket in match 1 of the series. Gunasekara, though, started really slowly. I said he finished 53 off 37, but he only scored 1 off his first 10 balls faced. So he really caught up after that. Ended up with actually 52 off his next 27.
Come on, boy.
Jammed out, kind of went onto the front foot early there, did Gunasekara. I wonder if it was kind of, wasn't really getting much to hit, or he had a defensive mindset earlier. I don't think he deliberately started slowly. You wouldn't expect that from Mangala, but kept his head, and he seemed to kind of use that start to his advantage, and was part of that big turnaround the second half of the Cyprus innings. 5 overs down, they were a quarter of the way through the first innings of match number 2, and Cyprus 33 for 2. Sticking with Shimwari here. Just going down the leg side as indicated. And we'll get through for 1. Mark Duffy and Sujith Tenakun, the 2 umpires that took you through the action this morning. We see the umpires got a big job in the series, don't they? Well, it's quarter wide. It's borderline at best. I thought maybe that just snuck in, but I think they like the idea of trying to get Gunasekara to play away from his body and play a bit of a loose shot. And mixing it up with the one that does angle in. I don't want to put the ball in his zone, basically. Oh, he's got him. And it's worked with Shinwari opening the bowling with a left arm spin. And oh, goodness sake, I played all round it. Maybe a little bit of bite off the pitch, but it ends up striking middle and off about 2/3 of the way up the stumps. And that is a big, big wicket. Gunasekara, a half century earlier today, but this time he has gone for a duck. A 4-baller for Mangala and Cyprus. This time in trouble with wickets lost, although the run rate's pretty close to what they had earlier on. Mangala Gunasekara. Can Finland break through? Shinwari, that's good. Good adjustment there to left-hander. You can see he's got some tactics, doesn't he? He's not bowling every ball the same. He threw one out wide, kind of one in towards the knees. One thing about Gunasekara, he's not going to win any Nobel Prizes for footwork. Just likes to trust his eye, kind of play the ball on length. By that time, you can see feet were concrete boots, and a little bit of movement evaded the width of the blade. Again, still working on a few technical things. You might notice, especially during the replays, you might not hear commentary, but we still think it's worth you having a look at the replay. Certainly worth it.
We even have me here, Vinny.
Great work from the Mini Blue crew as well. James and Nick there, and I think I'm about to be fed the name of our wonderful cameraman as well that's following the ball for us today. I'm sure James is going to tell me. Shinwari to the new batter, and I think this is Adamson who's come out. And that'll be great for those of you following along on the graphics. 88 Alex Sen, the captain, along with Adam, who took 4 wickets for the first time in the T20I. In fact, he took 2 wickets for the first time, and he really turned that into more. Shinwari pins Alex on the crease, and that'll be the end of the power play. Runnable stuff from Cyprus, and well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. It was 36 for 3 after 6, and yeah, I suppose the wickets lost is the big difference in this power play compared to earlier when Cyprus batted first. 47 for 1, thanks to a 12-run 6th over back in game number 1. Finland weren't far away, but they were certainly a distance behind Cyprus across the balance of that match earlier on in the day. Share seems to have hit his straps, just had those back-to-back Maximos into the first over that were too hot for TV. But apart from that, he's been pretty solid. Oh, that's out. That's out. Yeah, and he can turn around and walk off again. That looked to be straightening down the line, and it doesn't matter how far away from the action you are. Sometimes you can tell, and I think that was one of those ones that looked like it was heading towards leg or even down leg, but then once again, Share. He was getting the ball to swing round corners earlier, and he's getting it to go in the afternoon session as well. Adam Sen playing right across the line of that, and you always take your wicket in your hands if you do, because he didn't judge it correctly. He got plumb right in front, and it's 36 for 4, and Finland, they seem to have been woken up by that early loss. Remember, these two very close together on the table. Very different series, isn't it? If you got 2-0 going in the second day versus 1-1. Finland are desperate to make sure that they do enter the second day at level pegging. Got to say, it was also a very good decision. I was maybe a little bit vocal earlier when there was an LBW given that umpire didn't wait too long before making up his mind. I think I might have been guilty of that in that time as well. That time I just could tell straight away. No, that's out. Question from Slippy Stew. Is this an official ICC game? It certainly is. It's a 4-match T20 International Series. See it on Cricinfo as well, the scorecard. But of course, I always like to get my scorecards at EuropeanCricket.com. Hello to Monty Luce as well, saying Cyprus innings looking uglier than Vinny's quad. That's a reference to me ripping my quad off the bone last week. But luckily, commentary doesn't require a lot of standing up. Oh, that's pretty close as well. Oh, boy. Was it swinging down the leg side or not? It was very, very close. This is what I would love to see a replay of. Umpire's call, maybe. I mean, it would have to swing a lot. Oh, I love that a bit. Did you think he hit it? Kind of. You always think you hit it. Maybe a little bit of an inside edge on that. Kalugala. Very close call first up. Oh. If there wasn't bat on it, I don't think it was missing a leg stump. We'll never know. Cher putting on a show once again. Cyprus have dived out of the Goldilocks zone. Hello, Lily Panda. Hopefully you're well, Lily. How great to see you. Hello to Leah Martin as well. Leah, Vinny here. Hopefully you're well. Where are you watching from, Leah? In Finland at the moment? Leah's a bit of a star in Finnish women's cricket. But she knows that. This time, I'm able to predict the swing a little bit better and make sure he doesn't get wrapped on the pad. Kalugala, welcome to the action. We saw him earlier in the day where he opened up. Never really got going. 12 off 17. Part of that. A tough early period. I suppose the good thing for Kalugala, if he survives this, it's the end of Cher. Cher gave him a few problems earlier. Cher, the wild thing. This one doesn't swing. It's a beautiful looking shot from Akila Kalugala. And that'll be 4. Beautifully struck. Not easy when, some of these are swinging quite a lot. That one just kind of held its line. But he's got the quick reflexes and the good eye to go through with the shot anyway. It's kind of ball that's very nickable if you're playing for a little bit of that into you swing. Yeah, Lily's well. Yeah, saying get well soon when he's quad. I'm fine. I'm fine. And might be the end of my season playing wise, which ended up being a total of 4 days of cricket and 2 days of AFL. Won't stop me behind the microphone. I'll continue to try and be unstoppable. End of the over, end of Cher. Another really good spell from him, despite getting whacked a couple of times in the first over. Finishes 3 for 27 and some very valuable early wickets for Amjad. And after 7 overs, it's 40 for 4. Non-Carrot asking what happened to me. I won't go through the whole thing again, but basically I was invited to play in the Croatian Sixers, which was heaps of fun. I had a brilliant time, but perhaps trying to run at 120% of my maximum speed in order to avoid getting run out. I did ping one of my leg muscles, which means that, let's just say, I got what I think is the biggest bruise I've ever had at the moment. But the good news is that I don't have any bruised tonsils, and I'll be able to take you through the weekend as planned. Ishimwari pushes this one through a little bit, angled in, and looking at 2, but it's probably not there. Good fielding. And Thomas talking about cricket in Japan, yeah. JPL, fair bit happening in Japan. I still would love, obviously, it's been an unusual past year in the ECN verse. But I still would love the idea of covering games all around the world and covering more and more countries and yeah, taking our team global. Or get the world to come to us. What do you think? Right now, I think Finland are pretty happy. They've got 4 wickets within the first 7 overs. It's not a great shot really from Kalagala. You see where it hits off stump. He just wanted that slog sweep. He kind of premeditated. Anything straight had to go to the leg side, and yeah, just doesn't really cover the line of the ball either. You see his back foot remains on middle of leg, which just allowed it, didn't give it a chance to use the pad outside the line, maybe as a second line of defence, but not a great day with the bat for a killer. He'll be gone for 4, and Cyprus, their sternest test so far. They've lost 5 wickets in the first 7.2. It's 41 for 5. Achin Shahi, good with the ball earlier today, but needs to do a job with the bat for Cyprus. Still got Taranjit up your sleeve, who made a nice little late innings cameo earlier on. But yeah, this is, I suppose, what generally people think about with Cyprus, that if you can bowl disciplined lines to them, don't give them junk to hit. If you get those early wickets, you might be able to go through them. Time will tell. Again, every team in Europe and around the world is always trying to work on some of the weaknesses and have learnings every year and improve. Shahi, bet he didn't expect to be in the 8th over, batting number 7. I like that. Shinwari is very clever. Very clever. A bad looking shot, but finds the fielder. Finland. Probably better for the break, I think. Hour and 3 minutes between the two games, in effect. Just one off this over, and big wicket of a killer, Kalagala. He went for a shot that wasn't quite there. Maybe he spotted a gap in the outfield that he wanted to go after. Excellent over from Shinwari. In fact, excellent spell. Ends up with 2 for 12 off his 4 overs. And the decision to open with him paying dividends. I opened with Salonen earlier on, but I think they probably saw that spin was pretty effective in the power play in the first game. And Cyprus through Adam Sen, keeping one end very, very tight. So they say, all right, work for you. We can do something similar. And also it frees up Salonen to bowl later in the innings, which I think suits him. Even though, yes, he can bowl with a new ball, but I think Salanen's got a good bag of tricks. It's maybe an area they were found a little bit wanting towards the end, although I quite liked Pim Almadashankar, but he's inconsistent, to say the least. He bowled the 18th over, went for 3, and then he bowled the 20th over, it went for 20. Junaid Khan comes into the side as one of 2 changes for Finland. Cyprus going with the same 11. Got the job done in game number 1. So Junaid, it's a bit of a tearaway. No relation to the Junaid Khan who you see playing for Oeiras in Portugal. This Junaid Khan is someone that's impressed me when I've seen him up in Finland and around the traps. Here he is, bowling over number 9, his start to the series. Gets it to move a bit first up. Dug out by Alex Sen. I mentioned Sen earlier, giving himself the number 3 position, captaining the side. It's the kind of innings he needed to stay up and make a meaningful contribution, and he certainly did that. Had it all the way through in the end. From that tough position, got them up in the 160s, which proved to be enough against the Bears. This one doesn't swing at all. It will be called a wide. So, again, typical when you come on to bowl. I don't quite know what's going to happen in practice. The first one swung, second one, I don't think the seam position of the release was quite right and just kind of sunk down the leg side. Hello to Shanky, good to see you with us. Hello to Johnny Heesum as well, and everybody else. Good to have you. Yeah, Leah's watching from Helsinki. Hey, Leah. Oh, geez, that was close, you know, if that had hit. Shahi was on the travelator. But he does get home. Yeah, I'm looking forward to coming up to Helsinki again. I'm going to have to work out what my sauna schedule is going to be when I get up there. Let me pull up the schedule and I'll work out exactly when I'm there. I'm raring to go. I'm able to get this one away, but it's deep backward square leg. So I'm there for 3 days of T20 internationals and then a European cricket series for 3 days. Shame, I know it's a bit tough with a shortened trip. I don't think we'll have an ECSW like we had last year, which I really enjoyed. I know a lot of people did. But yeah, I'm not sure who's... Maybe if anyone from Cricket Finland's in, they can tell me who's playing in that T20I series. Is it a bilateral or is it a 3-team series? Quite often you might be able to do 3 teams up there in Northern Europe. Goes after this, doesn't really get it. Nellen Cherry takes the catch. And Shahi, again, showing kind of what I was saying earlier. This middle order, you can frustrate them, you can force them into a big shot. That one may be a hint of swing. Just watch it here on the replay. Maybe, maybe not. Threatened to swing, but trying to go across the line of a ball that's reasonably straight. Leading edge of anything, and Nellen Cherry does the rest. So, just going from bad to worse for Cyprus. 45 for 6 in the 9th over. And I think, yeah, earlier they kept wickets in hand, and so they thought, okay, you know, we seem to have heaps of wickets to play with. Maybe we can be a bit more aggressive, make a few changes to the order. It's backfired spectacularly so far. Ashish Bram, the keeper, comes to the crease. He kept very well earlier, I think. Sometimes, you know, the amount of dismissals you get is not always indicative of how well you kept, but he was able to take 4 catches and be pretty tidy behind the stumps.
It will be Portugal going to Finland.
I've been told it's Portugal that are touring Finland in July, so I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, if you'd like to keep up to date as well, of course, we do a weekly call. If you're part of the Spanner squad, Monty's put the link in there. We have a great time in there, actually. Go through all sorts of things every week, and also the latest about what you can expect from the season and going forward. So, yeah. Thank you, Monty Luce. Bam. Oh, gee. I think that would have been out as well. I wandered away from home base, and that really would have been a brain fade. Not a bad looking shot from Bam first up, but it was almost face palm time for Ashish. But he survives. Hello to Paul Salonen as well. Paul, how are you? Good to see you with us. Haven't seen Nick with the ball yet. Not opening the bowling this time. Oh. Well, he expected that to get up way more. I think it ends up hitting a bit of glove. He just, a little bit of Sachin Tendulkar from that infamous / famous LBW dismissal off the arm, but he just kind of froze in time and wished he was invisible. But anyway, what an over from Junaid Khan. 1 for 4 in his first over of the series, and Cyprus 45 for 6 after 9. Do not adjust your sets. Hello to Cav as well. And yeah, jump into the chat. Always love your company. Non-Carrot asking, how fast do I think Junaid is bowling? It looks very fast. Well, it looks can be deceiving. I will say, I'm not saying he's not fast, that if you were to go out and pick up a bat and face these bowlers, I often think it's about 25 to 30% faster than it looks on TV. I say that having played a fair bit and watch bowlers on TV and then face them. And on TV, geez, it looks easy, doesn't it? When you see, you're like, oh, okay. If I was to say what Junaid was bowling here, he's in the 120 k's an hour somewhere, depending on the effort ball might be kind of up the top end of the 120s, otherwise maybe towards the bottom end of the 120s. But, you know, these things can vary. I have been called a bit of a human speed gun. If you ask me what that is in miles, it's kind of between kind of 75 and 81 miles an hour. Paul Sounder. Well, before we get to that, almost another run-out opportunity. Paul referencing, Finland having a famous win in the ECN T10, the ECC versus Spain. That's true. Also played them in the 3 versus 4 2 years ago in the WCQs, some regional World Cup qualifiers. I think they had a pretty good time there. Yeah, Thomas remembering that Nick has done well versus Spain. Sometimes some players play well against the higher ranked opposition. Always the kind of players you want in the team. Abbas has taken over from that top end, and so I think they're saying, well, spins worked from there. We got another spinner. Let's stick with it. I don't know what it is about that top end. Oh, that's great fielding. And there was a comment from Paul that fielding has been excellent from Finland in a tough, I wouldn't say tough outfield, but it's not quite Lords. The fact that of the 2 fields we've seen in Cyprus, this one has grass means I think I'd much prefer fielding on this one. And anyway, end of the 10th over. Time for a drink. It's 46 for 6. Jump into the chat. Now's the time, I suppose. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. Nice to be back. My first time on the mic for a little while, actually. But I can tell you that we have plenty of cricket coming up this weekend, tomorrow afternoon and Sunday afternoon, Europe time. We have a 2-day European Cricket Festival at Sporting Alphas. They're taking on Knights CC. And each day we'll have a T20 and a T10 match. Then we'll have time to regroup because the next cricket you have will be next Sunday, which is the 17th of May. It's the European Cricket Series live from Prague in Czechia with a 5-day Challenger Division and a 9-day Premier Division. So, yeah, we have 5 teams in the Challenger and 6 teams in the Premier this year. I'll be there. Might have a few different roles in that series, being my quote-unquote home series in my adopted home city. But you can expect to hear some Phil G on the mic. Danny Hudacek will be around. Shoban Garnaik also will be there to help take you through the action at times. I think Shoban might be playing as well. So we might even hear from the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, I heard, even though he's been travelling a lot and isn't in Prague that much during the series. But there's a chance he might be able to make a cameo. Joe Foster, part of our Blue Crew, also based in Prague. So James is going for a bit of a jog. A little bit out of condition, he tells me, but good to see James there as well. And Monty's just finished his waffles. That sounds delicious. I had a lovely lunch as well. Thank you to everyone responsible. Did see the ice cream truck a little bit earlier. Good to see everyone coming together for still a fairly early season hit out. Once you get into May though, and the season's getting to be in full swing across Europe. Because even in the north, you typically see them playing once it gets to May. Here's Junaid, 11th over. Shocker first ball really. Jordan O'Brien does well. Junaid did get the ball to swing, but swing almost in an unpredictable way. i.e. sometimes it would swing, sometimes it wouldn't swing, and sometimes that's harder than a guy who's actually swinging it consistently. And that's bad. You really don't know what it's going to do. Can Finland rock and roll through the bottom 4 and get this done? Oh, it must have been some bat. I mean, it's the oldest trick in the book. Show your bat to the umpire and sell it. Maybe there was, because it wasn't necessarily the biggest shout from everyone around the ground, but if you didn't hit it, I think that's back pad and adios. Yeah, Paul saying quarter of the way through anyone's game. Yeah, true. I mean, just takes one partnership. Finland, can they continue to lose wickets at regular intervals in the first game? Just not getting that swing anymore, is he? Junaid, who was one of 2 inclusions for Finland, along with Annika Puste. And like I said, you see a couple of goes down leg side, and then we saw how Adam Sen got out, kind of hitting across one that he thought was going down leg side. It swung and trapped him right in front. Really an easy ball to drive. Sen gets it high on the bat. So tell me how everyone is. I mean, I've chatted to some of you, of course, if you're in the super fans group, if you're in the Spanish squad. I might have seen you in the 5 weeks or so since I've been on the microphone. But yeah, I've been around a little bit. Played some Australian rules football at the European Champions League. I've played, I think how many days? 4 days of cricket across a month, which is quite a lot. Glanced away this time and almost not quite off the middle. Should be able to come back for 2 in longish boundaries. I suppose boundary science is in the eye of the beholder. Some people will call these quite short boundaries. For me, they're reasonably long. Yeah, so I've been enjoying being a bit more physically active probably than what I normally am with my regular commentary schedule, but it's nice to be back. Feels at home to be back behind the mic. All right, just doesn't have the release right here. Junaid Khan. He's trying for that miracle ball that kind of looks like it's swinging way down the leg side and then hoops big time. But I think he's better off probably starting the ball outside the off stump. If it swings, it'll swing to wider, but that's fine. You might be able to get a nick or something on that. But Junaid, despite taking a wicket and bowling some good deliveries, bowled a few that have gotten away from him as well. All right, took my advice, got smacked. But, still, it's only 1. I think that's also the kind of ball you can set a field to, isn't it? It's one thing if, like Cher was bowling and consistently getting that swing, so he could have that confidence if he did go a bit straighter, he wasn't going to lose it. Bam, 0-5. He knows his main role is probably just work it around for a while. And he doesn't think so. He backs away, tries to smack it, and that one does swing. Saying, hey, how come you got that one? I was watching at the other end, nothing swung. But yeah, Bam, playing out his own personal maiden. Yeah, boundary size always gets a lot of questions. I'd say around 65 is about right. Bigger the boundaries, easier they are to protect, but also maybe more running between the wickets comes into the game. Bam, I'm not so sure about his footwork, giving up his stumps, backing away. I'd like to see him kind of play a little bit more orthodox at this stage. Unnecessary risk. Anyway, he's off the mark. Junaid Khan doesn't get hurt too badly in the over. As after 11 overs, the score is 53 for 6. So we saw a pretty miraculous finish from Cyprus earlier. I would say they've still got Taranjit to come in. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen him bat in the top 8. Earlier on in the day, saw him come out, hit 18 off 8. So they've still got that as a potential change maker. Yeah, Taranjit, along with Karan Singh and Roshan Siriwardena, still to bat for Cyprus.
What side are you on? Come on the inside. Left shoulder. Come on. Inside.
First time we'll see pace from the top end in this game. It's a bumper first up. Nick Salonen bowling from the other end. Compared to what we saw this morning, but he's a guy that is a real trickster. Nick, most of his cricket in South Africa. 2 overs, none for 22 earlier in the day. Want to improve on that. Pace on the ball. This one does fly, and it will go for 4. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. They've decided to change things up from that end, and I'm not so sure I would have. I think you look at Faraz, 1 over, went for 1, and as long as spin was working at that end and at least keeping things tight, I think I would have stayed with it. 5 overs of spin at that end, 3 for 13. Salmon is handy, but you could have at least bowled 1 more, and then Salmon can still bowl his 4. Pace on the ball. The Cyprus batter's looking a little bit more confident, and bam goes wham. 4 carreras, and Salmon gives it the heavy eye roll. And the Cypriots pull off a little bit of a Houdini act once again. With Bam, though, he is consistently backing away and giving up his stumps. It seems less of a tactic and more of a habit for Ashish. But anyway, nice to see a bit of counter-attack. You can see how things really went missing. Rovers. And that end, see, that's not a wide, because he's backing away so much, just looks wide. Monty Luce thinks he might have spotted a double teapot from Amjad Sher, the Wild Thing, captain of Finland. Cyprus, led by Alexander Sen in this series. Oof. Now, I don't know if that's the play right now. Having said that, they do have Taranjit still to bat, who was impressive earlier today, but I think I'm Salmon here. I'm not giving many length to work with. I'm just going Yorker stumps and saying, right, if you're going to back away and show me all 3 of the stumps, I'm going to try and hit them. Maybe that's what he's trying to do. But if you look at, just watch the footwork here of Bam every time. He'll sneak to the left. He'll moonwalk back. Time not so much because it was in angled at him, but it's a natural tendency to just have that body weight going away from the ball. End of the over. And it finishes with 3 dots. So just the back-to-back 4s off it. So not the worst. Call that over a draw. 61 for 6 after 12. Beautiful conditions once again. Mid-20s, sunshine. What's the weather like where you're watching from? Let us know in the chat. I know we've got viewers all around the world. Some people, it's the middle of the night. I actually wonder after that whether they might just bench Salmon for an over. Try Faraz, or they could try him at the other end. In fact, that's what they're going to do. Okay, I can see what they're thinking then. So obviously Salmon said, look, I'd rather bowl that top end. Faraz is probably saying, I don't care. So they've actually switched him around. Because it's pretty surprising when you bowl an over for 1 and you get taken off. But here is Faraz bowling from this bottom end now. So obviously Salmon spotted something and said, you know, I think this is the end I'd like. I didn't feel too good from the other end. Get off up in the circle. That's what I'd be looking at if I was Alex Sen here. Oh, very tight at mid-wicket there. Salonen. His trademark man bun. Make sure there's no chance of a run. Oh. Sen. Just losing his shape a little bit. That one did bounce though, to be fair to him. Lucky it went over the stumps, and Jordan O'Brien actually did pretty well gloving it in the end. That's nicely cut away. Task, hasn't he, so far? And I think you saw by the bounce that previous delivery, you know, if it's not really on the half volley, it's going to be tough to drive down the ground. So he says, all right, let's get back. Let's try and maneuver it some other way. Yeah, he does take it down the ground. And Cherry almost pulls a miraculous one-hander. 2 runs scored. So Sen left holding the baby a little bit. Bam, though, you can afford to take a few chances now. 6 down, 7 overs to go. Probably because there's a genuine finisher still to come in Taranjit. Gives him the license a little bit. This is Sen facing up. Well bowled. Well bowled. Just a little curler outside the off stump. That'll be the end of the 13th over, and Cyprus 67 for 6. Abbas just going for 6 off the over, despite a boundary and a 2. The other 4 balls were all dots. And yeah, what do you think of the new graphics as well? I think they'll constantly be improved. That's what I really like about ECN 2.0 here. We're always looking for ways to improve. And you might notice the picture now, as in the image of the field, is now the same dimensions as your regular TV picture. And there it is, in full screen in all its glory. So yeah, you'll notice there's more replays coming, there's more information coming. Supercomputers back. I think the super bar, you might call it. Salonen gets a second. Oh, that one didn't get up. In fact, gets away from Jordan O'Brien. I'll get a bye, but that was perilously close to taking the top of off stump. Any signal? Looked like a bye to me. No, it must have. Oh, was it? Did they hit the helmet? I missed it. Well, I haven't seen any signals, so this will be interesting. Umpire didn't seem to give us anything to go on. Looked to me like it was a bye, but no signal probably would mean if I was scoring it, I'd score it a run, but I'm sure they know what's going on over there. The ball with length, and I think both these two prefer that kind of a length. So the result's going to be 4 runs. Still trying to work out what happened that first ball, the over. Obviously, these are ICC T20Is, so these are not always run with ECN procedures, they're run with ICC procedures, so and playing conditions. It was a strange one because they seem to have worked it out now anyway. Yeah, it was called a bye. So maybe I just missed the signal. So bye, and then boundary, and then next ball was a swing and a miss for Bam. 108 expected. Is there a little bit of kick in the tail here for Cyprus. Bam's almost raised himself to run a ball territory. Again, Salonen sticking to this plan of digging it in. I suppose he does have some protection down there. You saw Sanka doing the fielding. He's one guy we haven't seen yet, actually. It surprises me a little bit. We bowled one very good over. Did Piumar, who made his debut earlier in the day. Batted very well at number 11, finished 13 not out. I wonder if he's proved a bit with the bat there. Just be one of those players I haven't seen that much of before today, but he's certainly shown a bit. No ball called. Salonen, his third front foot no ball of the day. I'd be frustrated about that. You know, like one of those things that, especially in the nets and the indoor nets, you see bowlers overstepping all the time. And then they'll say, it's all right in the game, I won't. But I think Salonen might be a bit of an offender in that department. That's the third time he's bowled a no-e today, and it means that Ashish is going to get a free hit. I bet he backs away. Just saying. Charges and backs away and hits it pretty hard. You can see we got 3 fielders down there, so I think they're saying, okay, we'll feed it to you, but we're going to protect the boundaries. So again, don't mind that tactic. It's really the boundaries that hurt you from this point. You have to go run a ball from here. You're looking at kind of, 113-ish, 114. Where's this one? We'll get through. Signalled. So that'll be the end of the over. Salonen getting there. He's got the field to go with his tactics now. That'll be the end of the 14th over. Cyprus 78 for 6. Cyprus 1 up in the series. Trying to avoid Finland squaring things up here on the first afternoon of this 2-day series. Hello to Johnny Heesum as well. Nice to see you. Hello to John Gray, to Jake Stewart as well. I feel like the world's back in alignment now that I'm back behind the microphone on ECN after an unusual amount of time away. But that's been great. We've been able to feed you some cricket, especially from Spain, including Ibiza last week. What do you think of that? That's one that I think I might have to put my name down for next time. I know we are planning to go back there later in the season. Well, asking you shall receive is Piumar getting an over. And I'd expect so as well. At most he can have 3, but let's see how the first one goes. A bit of bat on that or not. Wait for the signal. No, it's going to be called a leg by. Yeah, Piumar. I thought he was pretty good on T20I debut, although he was inconsistent with the results, put it that way. Ended up with none for 43 off his 4 overs, but you could see he's got the skill set. He's got a good slow ball, a couple of different slow balls actually. Looks good at batting number 11 as well. Kind of kept his team in the game. It would have been a miracle if they pulled it off 9 down. He was the not out batter at the end. Bam, able to catch up with this one outside the off stump to settle for 1. Faraz has bowled 2 overs for 8. I just think, based on how successful Spin's been in this innings, you've got to find a way that he bowls 2 of the last 5. After this, there's 5 overs to go. Salmon's bowled 2 overs for 16. Maybe they're thinking of putting Faraz back to the top end. It's one of those slow balls, and it's a mini gap. It's far enough from the fielder to allow 2 runs to be run. Yeah, so looking at that variation, see, he rips the fingers down the right-hand side of the ball just to take generally about 20% of the pace off the ball. Wild. Sneaks inside. Zen. Really tough to get going. Hasn't hit a boundary yet. Cypriot captain. So actually, I think what they might do, if they have planned this, that's actually very clever tactics. If you think Salonen isn't quite the bowler you want to go to, you can get out of the innings with Madishanka and Faraz Abbas, the spinner. From this point. But let's see. I suppose the most important thing is they've got options, don't they? Finland with the ball. Last ball of the 15th. Again, good change of pace. Well, not picked up, so we'll never know. Probably always going to be a single there, though. But Cyprus finding it heavy going here in match 2 after 15 overs. They're 84 for 6. Let's go back to the chat and say hello to everyone. Lily saying she should be in bed. Geez, what's the time in New Zealand right now? Would it be 6 and 4? I'm going to say it's 1:30 something in the evening. Well, by evening, I mean morning. Tell me if I'm right, Lily. But, it's only a few more overs. Maybe you can get to half-time. I suppose the beauty of ECN cricket as well is you can always watch it back. But just don't let anyone tell you the result. Watching from Perth, back in the old days, they'd always show it on a 3-hour delayed telecast, the games from the eastern states, and that would really annoy me when I remember my grandfather coming in once going, "Wow, how about those Aussies?" I said, "Oh, they're just about to start showing the second innings." 50 over cricket as well. What's their best case here? Best case, maybe go 10 and over, 134. Competitive. Finland finished 130s before. As I expected, rocking Faraz back to the top end. So, not often you have 2 end changes already under your belt. You're only just starting your 3rd over. But anyway, here we go. He's got a couple of different deliveries, Faraz. One is kind of one, like I call it a doorknob. Kind of rolls out the left of his hand. Really a genuine leg spinner. He's also got kind of that off spinner, an orthodox off spinner. And they found it hard to get him away so far. He's been having a big say in this series so far. And there's been a bit of turn in this pitch. You normally expect a bit on the artificial turf. Lily needs a coffee. I don't know where you can get a coffee if you're not making it yourself in New Zealand at 1:30 something in the morning. Another one of those little rolling wristies. Hands by Faraz as well. Jeez, so think of it, if he was batting, you'd take his figures. He's 8 off 14. But when you're the bowler, they're good figures. Can he keep it up? Time to hit the go button, I think. Tries, but you can see, again, the footwork wasn't there. Very rarely gets his feet in behind the line of the ball. Bam. He was kind of going fishing with an aggressive rod. Now, could be in trouble. Oh, wow. I'll wait for a signal here, but this is... must be off the bat. No signal given, but jeez. I don't think I would have been challenging the stumps there. I think you had success against Bam keeping it wide, but hey, Faraz can do what he wants at the moment. Very lucky to get a fraction of bat on that and prevent the LBW. Right, Sen's got to step up now, doesn't he? And when he does, he gets across and he hits this one and hits it very well. Targets that gap behind square on the leg side. Cuatro carreras and a badly needed boundary. Yes, Sen. Actually, look at his numbers. He's not quite going as fast as Bam, who came in well after him. Boundary was very much needed, wasn't it? First boundary and 15 balls as well for Cyprus. Nice ball of the over. Oh, was there an edge on this? Wait for the signal again. Must have been. So, I mean, it'll look like a big miss stumping, but I don't think you can really blame Jordan O'Brien too much for that. Must have had a deflection on it. He doesn't have that much time to react. You know, having said that, he charged so far that, you know, maybe if you're staying low, maybe you can react and catch that. So it's a drop catch more than a miss stumping, really. I suppose it's both. But in the end, it's end with a lucky moment. And after 16 overs, it's 90 for 6. Yeah, it's definitely a chance, but it's not as bad of a miss as if it was completely missed, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. Even though on TV it doesn't look like these are big deflections when you're only, I mean, even there he's probably 3 meters from where the deflection came. It's not really a lot of time. But anyway, 4 overs to go. Shankar comes out and he won't get a wicket here. In fact, it escapes the fielder completely and they'll get 2. Well, teapot time for Piamal, even though it's his first day in the international cricket stratosphere. What can Cyprus scramble to here, though? Misha saying if it's a drop catch, it's miss stumping. Yeah, I mean it is. I'm just talking about degrees. Gotta look after my keeping friends. All comes whistling in. I suppose it comes down to whether it's an excusable miss or an inexcusable miss. And I suppose when there's a deflection on it and you're keeping up to the stumps, it becomes an excusable miss. More bowled. Shankar being a bit more consistent with his execution in this game compared to earlier. Maybe had a few nerves earlier. That's understandable. Making international debut. Is he got pace on now? Like he's keeping it wide of the off stump. It's working. He goes pace off. I guess wrong. Maybe so did Sen. Great bowling from Adisanka. Bowled an over around this time of the innings in the first. Actually, in fact, it was the 18th. This time it's the 17th. But he bowled an over that only went for 3 runs. But then when he came back to bowl the 20th, he went for 20. He went magical. So I'm pretty keen that doesn't happen again. He's lined up to bowl the 19th. Excellent bowling. And Sen just cannot time up Adisanka. This is a very good exhibition of variation of pace, variation of delivery from Piamal here. Good stuff by Jordan O'Brien as well to keep that in front of him, not let Sen get out of the kitchen. It's getting hot in there. Last ball, the 17th. Oh, well, give a guy a rap. And he let you down. Maybe he was trying to follow him there, but Sen wasn't really going anywhere. Just the one conceded, though. I think he's still got to be looking to go wide of the off stump, make him reach. He's definitely guessing the pace. He's not predicting what's coming. Well, switch hit's come out from Sen. That was a brilliant shot. he's found the fielder and it kind of sums it up for Alex in this innings. But he will retain the strike. Excellent over from Adisanka. I mean, he goes for 4 in that 17th over and the score is 94 for 6. Yeah, Dave's reminding me, never say last ball because typically the last ball becomes a wide and it isn't the last ball at all. Yeah, excellent over there. Three overs to go. See, now your 10 over gets you 124. And they did finish with a big bang before. 32 in the last 2 overs last time out. Cyprus, but interestingly, you know, I think I would be gambling and saying, look, let's get Taranjit Singh out there. I actually think tactically you got a case for a retired out situation. I know it sounds crazy to do that 6 down, but Taranjit came out and he absolutely smacked it before, and I actually find it really hard to believe he hasn't batted in the top 8 this time around. Taranjit came out and he hit 18 off 8, including 2 sixes in this exact spot. So it's just something worth entertaining at least. Faraz get his last over, and he won't bowl just yet. But what it does mean is they're going to have to find someone to bowl last over, probably Salinan, I imagine, because of the way they've done it. Partially knocked down. And almost 50 metres freestyle to try and recover that time. Faraz Abbas. Yeah, so you've got Abbas bowling out here. It means that Madhushankar will bowl his final over. It's only his 3rd, though. You can then choose. I suppose you've got Junaid Khan as well. So you've got Junaid Khan, or you've got heaps of options. Junaid Khan or Nick Salinan to bowl that last over, unless you want to go to somebody you haven't used yet. And I don't think they'll do that. Taking all the air out of the ball, Abbas, and saying, right, you make the pace. You look at the 2 strike rates of the batters in, 70 and 86. So if you average that at about 80, then you're looking at 96 pace in 20 overs. So they're able to get on top, have they? And that will be the end of Alex Sen. Frustrating innings for him comes to an end. He's bowled for 24. Abbas puts a little bit more paprika on that one. And not for the first time today, we see the off stump disturbed. So yeah, Alex Sen, the captain, in this innings, just not able to get going at all. And if you can't be finding the boundary, it's going to be a tough time. Had 1-4 in his 34 ball knock. He gets knocked over for 24. And here is Taranjit Singh. So I did say he's a guy you would want to come at this situation. So maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Time will tell. Hello to Ash Save Derek as well. Yeah, it seemed like I'm in the chamber here. I am in the chamber here. Being a 2-day series, I'm in the studio, but I've got to say well done to all of our crew on the ground there. Of course, always love going to Cyprus, and we hope we have many trips there this year.
Hello from the ground crew.
Yeah, hello to James and Nick, and of course, I'm waiting to hear who's following the ball with us on the camera. His identity has been protected for his own safety at the moment, but he's doing a great job. I do know it's a he. That's all I've got. Anyway, Lily's off to bed. Good night, Lily. And it's hello to Taranjit, who big swing and a miss at the first one. Don't think there's anything on this, so it'll be a bye. Finland should be expected to chase this down, you'd imagine, but it's a bit of a banana peel chase as well. I wonder if they'll stick to the order that got them in trouble earlier today, or they might make some changes. Bam, tries to advance, does advance, but can't get much on it. Have to settle for one. So again, Abbas has put on a bit of a masterclass, hasn't he? Variation of pace and rotation on the ball.
Then here we have Akmal operating the camera here. A bit of a TikTok star. He likes this thing.
Last ball of the 18th. Last ball for Abbas. Tries a little over spinner again, and it does the trick as Aaron swings all around. At the end of the 18th over, it's 98 for 7. 2 overs remaining in this toss and electing to bat, hoping to go 2-0 up in the series. But right now, they've hit a bit of a speed hump. Well behind in match 2. I have been told on good authority it's Akmal, who actually I think I know Akmal from social media. He's a bit of a TikTok star. You know, it takes a lot to get me to TikTok. Akmal is one guy that certainly gets me interested in the genre. So Akmal, big thanks to you. You're doing a great job. With Akmal on board, I think there's a significantly elevated chance of virality. Anyway, what happens in the 19th? Here's Pirmal. Skywards from Bam. Seems to be up there for ages, but it's going to fall into a gap and I have to settle for one. Well, he says the situation where Taran was so good earlier, I was able to whack a couple of sixes. Bam's gone down for the count. I wonder if that's cramp. Must be cramp. Got to stay hydrated. Mid-20s. Thank goodness. It's not the kind of temperature we've seen, for example, the Cyprus Estonia series, men's and women's series, where I think it was like 50 degrees. I don't know, but it was pretty hot. And Bam. He's had a big workload. To be fair to Ashish Bam, he kept the 20 overs earlier. I wonder if they're thinking of retiring him here. Is he retiring hit? You'd hope that that's just a cramp and not something more. As someone who has recently ripped a muscle off the bone, there's a big difference. Because they would want him to keep. No Patharana in the side. But it looks like he will retire hurt or time not out. He'll remain 99 for 7, but they are going to replace him. And Karan Singh's going to come out. But I mean, he is able to come back if they were to run out of batters, which could happen if a couple of more wickets fall. But yeah, you just hope that's a cramp issue and not a more significant injury that might prevent him from keeping, because he did keep very well earlier today. So we'll walk off with the Reading for now, at least. Slower ball from Pirmal. Get away for a single, and Ashish retiring not out for 27 of 31. So I suppose, you know, you got them at least to the situation where it looks like they're odds on to at least bat their 20 overs, but obviously that run rate's not what they would have hoped. Give them a 1 in 5 chance from here. 2 was the call off the bat, but it's going to be cut off in the infield, so no chance of that. All right. Can Taranjit catch lightning in a bottle once again, like earlier today? No, and I like that bowling. I like that option to take the pace off. And I think you can probably just keep bowling those until he times you up. I think there's always the temptation to now bowl a quicker one. Oh, I like it. It's a tactic. And to be honest, I'd do it again. Excellent stuff from Madhushankar. Last ball of the over. Pretty good one. Decided to put the pace on, but yeah, that's an excellent set from Madhushankar. Only 4 off it once again. So I told you, I like the look of him, even though he got a bit of tap earlier in the day. But that's a brilliant spell. None for 12 off 3 overs. Doesn't take a wicket, but very, very valuable. Not allowing Cyprus any space to breathe. It's the end of the 19th over, and Cyprus 102 for 7. Last over to come. And who's going to bowl it? Looks like they're going to go for Junaid. Tenth overtime. Cyprus, okay, they got triple digits. Still, I'm sure going to try and create pressure early in the second innings and drive up that required run rate. Make Finland a bit uncomfortable. But Finland really, they know what they need to do, and unless they fall in a complete hole, I think the huge favourites here. Junaid didn't necessarily have the control of the time earlier. Here he is bowling over number 20. Fumbled despite a pretty good hop at mid-off. He'll get one. A low full toss. Yeah, that'll sneak over the bowler for another single, but singles are fine at the moment. All right, takes this on up in the air, but probably go for two here. That's the way he wouldn't go. They do. There's no keeper. Now there is. Now there isn't. Salmon regretted his life choices there, running in and almost got his head taken off. Well run there to get two. Cyprus, they've really had to work hard. They've never had that kind of break out of trouble over or period that we saw them have in the first game between these two. Follows him. He'll get one. 107, two to come. Yeah, no goals or tries, Monty. You're right. You got the rugby goals. You got the football goals. The left to screen. Two to come. Backs away, gets something. Not that much. I have to settle for one. I remember when I was playing inter-house cricket at my school, we had an umpire. There were actually rugby goals on the field, but he said, if you, well, not just he said, he would just do this. He said, if you could hit it through the rugby goals and over the crossbar, he'd give you 8. He'd give you 6 for the shot and 2 for the conversion. This is a true story. Okay, last ball coming up. 108 plus this. Can Taran get going? Great no-look flick shot there. Fast hands. A bit late getting in on the action. Taran, that's what I mean. He ends up facing 10 balls late in the piece, but could he have batted higher? Could they have gambled with him a bit higher? I don't think he's the kind of guy you want batting 9 when your team is so far behind the rate. But anyway, Cyprus will finish at 112 for 7 off the 20 overs. Reasonably windy conditions here at Happy Valley. Tough innings, wasn't it, to watch in a way, because they lost those early wickets, and from there, obviously, we're a little bit conscious of it. Even when they did try to start lifting things, it was kind of a big flurry or big run of boundaries. In the end, Ashish Baum retiring hurt on 27 off 31 with 4 was the top scorer, but nobody else was able to get more than a single 4. In fact, we had 8 4s and just the 2 6s in the innings that both came in the first over from Roman Mazumdar. So Bam with 27 retired, not out. Mazumdar 25 and Sen 24. The batters to reach 20. And Sen himself be disappointed that he wasn't able to get too much fluency into his batting. 24 of 35 balls and just the single boundary. Bowling wise, though, I think that Finland, they executed their skills pretty well, and nobody really went for big runs. Share, despite a bit of tap in the first over. Once again, a good performance from him. 3 for 27 of his 4 overs. Shinwari was excellent. Left arm spin bowling from the top end. 2 for 12 bowling out in the first half of his 4. Junaid 1 for 21. Faraz Abbas 1 for 17. Both keeping it very, very tight. Salonen, despite, again, not quite being at his peak, not a bad couple of overs from him. None for 16 off 2. And then Manishanka. I like the look of PMR a lot. 3 overs, none for 12. Probably the only misstep might have been that he wasn't able to get a 4th over. But anyway, Cyprus 112 for 7 means that Finland will need 113 in the final innings of the day to square the series. Thanks again to everyone in the chat. We'll take a break back in around about 15 minutes time where we'll see whether we go into day 2 all square or if Cyprus can pull off an ambitious defence. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. We'll take a break back here in Happy Valley very, very shortly for more ECN, Cyprus, Finland, T20 International Cricket. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second half of match number 2 of this 4-match T20 International Series between Cyprus and Finland. Cyprus 112 off their 20 overs, so 113 the target for the Finns. Finny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you once again, and welcome back all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. 112 is a bit light on, but it's not a game until both teams have batted. Now sticking with Kaif Shah at the top of the order, so not throwing out the baby with the bathwater, Finland. We're away, and this is a solid start from Kaif Shah. Just push, but very, very well timed. We'll get 2. We're off and racing. John's asking, have we been here before? Just catching up on the chat. Yeah, we've had cricket here before, particularly in some of the internationals recently. So we haven't had European Cricket Series cricket here, but we have recently shown a series, particularly Cyprus Estonia men's and women's cricket here in Happy Valley. Saddam Sen, who took a 4 for earlier in the day. Right now, he's got a different kind of 4 for, and that's 4 off his bowling, off the first 2. But I think, yeah, Finland, they won't feel under too much scoreboard pressure here. I don't know if they bat these out. They should be in good shape. Goes after this, gets lucky, long off his back. Well, now he didn't run actually at the other end. Padal waiting for the formal invitation. Padal there's got a bit of a responsibility to look at the striker and see what he's doing. So, here's Van Raj. Famous for having faced a bouncer for his teammate in the power over in the washed out Group E of the ECL just over a year ago. If you know, you know. I say Sen has very unusual action. It's one of those ones that the naked eye, you kind of look at it and you're like, is there a jerk? But, I mean, in the end, once you get to this level of cricket, it'll be sliced and diced, and the officials will decide whether it's within the tolerance or not. Looks can be deceiving with bowling actions, I will say that. But, yeah, basically, in this innings, run a ball gets it done, doesn't it? So you just got to keep the runs ahead of balls faced, and you're in good shape. Keep those wickets in hand. Makes him reach for it this time, does Sen. But Kaif Shah, good enough to get away for a single. And end of the first over. Not a single dot ball in that over. Very different to the start of the day. It's 9 without loss after 1. You can see given a 12% chance here, Cyprus, but I think that would involve dismantling the Finnish order, catching a few bears.
Just behind, yeah? Just behind.
Dave's off. Dave, hopefully you enjoy the rest of your day. Happy birthday once again. I've said it a few times today, but Dave, yeah, one of our hardcore super fans. 72 years old today, Dave. Wishing you many more happy birthdays and also many more ECN birthdays. See the crowd going wild for Dave B. And then abruptly shutting off. Here's Ruel Brathwaite in over number 2. Well, that's a bit of an enigma. Dance with a wire down the leg side. Left-hand, right-hand combination for Finland. Yeah, pretty windy, Dave. I had a question about the wind. Protected to an extent, but only an extent, this ground. Swan's on the leg stump and lifted up from Shah. Gets a bit of a gift, and that will get away. Cuatro carreras. We have a boundary. In fact, it's got all the way. I thought for a second about just inside, but has carried the ropes on Maximo from Cave Shah. And really, if this opening partnership get going and Finland get going the way we know that they can, well, this could be a very early finish. Not a good line there from Brathwaite. It's a funny one. I'm not going to call that a wide. Probably felt it was at his body. That's probably fair enough. Went pretty much straight over his hands. And almost got a glove on it. Find a way to manufacture a few wickets. Need to pull the old switcheroo. Cyprus and get the kind of early wickets that they suffered. Better line, but Shah goes over the top. That'll be 4. A lot of bottom hand in that, so it wasn't necessarily a pretty shot, but I suppose they had the field up. We're in the power play. I think Finland have been told, look, don't worry too much about what happened earlier on. I think we're all better for the hit. We've got a long batting order. Just don't let that required rate creep up. Yeah, one you have to call a wide. Yeah, so Cyprus, they're hoping for a bit of a turning point here. But I would say, it's early to say, but the way things have looked so far, you think 1-1 would be a fitting way to take things into day 2. If Finland lose this, it's probably fitting that they're 2-0 down. Another bottom hand kind of heave from Shah, but he will get 4 more. Cuatro más. Monty's saying Finland going for the bonus point. Well, we don't really have bonus points here, but I can see what you're saying. I suppose, theoretically speaking, if it was a drawn series, 2-2, then you probably do go on net run rate. But I think this is more about the rankings points and the ICC official T20I men's rankings. Ready to go just yet, but look at that. Required 88 off 110. In great shape here. Bears going for another catch. It's a funny one. To me, I'd love to see a replay of this actually if we pull one up. Does this hit him in his original stance? This is why I really don't like the leg side judgment rules, because I just think you get too much variation. It's probably a fair enough call under the playing conditions, but hold down leg side at your own peril. Brathwaite gets away with one there. Tucked away from the fielder. Has some work to do. We'll cut it off, but they will get 2 into the over. 27 without loss. And Brathwaite, despite getting away with a borderline wide, not wide, still goes for 18 in the over. So, Finland, a very different outfit. Yeah, I've said this before, but I'm not a huge fan. I think in short form cricket, especially 20 over cricket, 10 over cricket, having consistency with the wides is important. We've seen that coming in to things like the IPL, but I'm a fan of fixed zone where you can bowl. Okay, it's different if it's between the batter and the stumps. That's never a wide. But apart from that, I quite like use the offside line marker, use the leg stump as a marker, and everyone knows where they stand. And that can be a bit harsh on bowls at times. I mean, that's after watching an ungodly amount of cricket. That's kind of where I've ended up. Anyway, here's Adam Sen. And right on cue. There is a wide. I'll try and get off wide chat now for a while. Remember, double trouble tomorrow afternoon. This time tomorrow, we've got cricket from Cyprus and also cricket from Spain. Fast one from Sen. And I'm happy to keep it out. Hasn't had too much to strike, actually, Van Raj. Oh, that might come off the thumb, It was a very late cut. Bounce away from the keeper. Holds up. And result, it's going to be 2 runs here. I think I could just tell. You're seeing him well when you know what finger it came off. It just seemed like it came off the end of the thumb, and you can actually see the size of the deflection. Good to see Ashish Bum is out there. We saw him retire not out earlier with cramp. I think he just needed a few fluids and a bit of TLC, and he is out there. Solid looking drive. But again, I like this. Not accepting a dot, saying, no, we can get a run there. Let's confidently call. Let's both go. We'll get there. %, chance. I like those odds for Finland. It's angled in a little bit this time, but you can see why they like Shah at the top of the order, even though it didn't really happen for him before. But a set for Finland, it's probably their first high-level match that they've played for the year. Of course, Cyprus had the benefit of a 4-match series against Austria in March at this ground. Having said that, 2 of those matches were washed out in the middle. Shah opens up that leg side, but picks out the sweeper just to single, but there's absolutely no pressure on Finland right now. They're cruising. It's only a bunch of wickets that's going to change this game. Shot behind, and Raj tries to convince Shah there's a run there. Shah was kind of unsighted due to the position of Bam, the keeper. But that'll be the end of the 3rd over. Decent one from Sen, but yeah, chasing the game now. Cyprus a long way behind. Finland 32 without loss after 3. Finnish flag playing proudly, and they'll be even prouder if they can close out this 113 chase and square the series at 1 apiece. Looking pretty relaxed there. Long day, especially with a reasonably long gap between the two games, probably longer than we normally would have in a lot of the European T20I, especially if there's a tri series. You often have 3 games in a day and not too much of a turnaround. Anyway, back in action is Shah. It's a thick edge on this. Flies away. Get 2 and they'll be happy with that. But yeah, just not really building any dot ball pressure in this inning so far. Hello, James. Good to see you. I don't remember sneaking into anyone's room, but I think what you're saying is that Jake's had the broadcast on. But you can forgive him for that. Goes straight. Nice shot. Compact. Looking drive from Shah, who looks like a man who is keen for an early dinner. I can relate to that. Cuatro. Mas and Shah to 29. Interesting, they stick with Brathwaite. I've got to say, I would have thought maybe... Would you even consider double spin at this stage? But you need to do something quickly. I was thinking that Brathwaite can atone for his loose first over. Yeah, James, hopefully you're well. Always so happy to see you. Off the pad, I think. Wait for the signal, if there is one. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Leg by signalled. And, you know, ECN's part of a healthy diet, James, so don't be too hard on Jake. Although I will say, given the time, it probably is where you are. Probably you could watch it back in the morning, going into the weekend, of course. Brathwaite back over the wicket to Badal. Good bit of FOMO here. He's only faced 6 balls out of the 21 so far. Plays it late, plays it with soft hands. But it's intelligent batting. I like Van Raj's role here. He's saying, all right, I've got someone with me. He's heating up. I'm just going to make sure I don't absorb dot balls. He's saying, all right, I'm not just going to block this straight to a field. I'm going to play it softly. I'm going to call confidently. I'm going to take a run. I think it's very intelligent cricket. You wouldn't believe it's the same teams as this morning, would you? Oh, bad ball. Short and... Well, is that a goal? Very close, but it is a Maximo. Hard to tell which side of the post it went, but Shah, again, he relishes the strike and he puts this one away. And I don't actually think we've even had back-to-back top balls in this second innings so far. So Cyprus just not able to build any pressure. Finland 46 already, flying at 2 a ball pace. Hello to Steve Cook, good to see you with us. Saying from nice, moderately warm, sunny South Yorkshire. Well, Steve, what do you call moderately warm in Yorkshire? 17? Anyway, Steve, great to have you with us. Hello to Ash Save Derek as well, and Johnny Heesum. Thanks for sticking with us. Although you would say that Finland are all over the Cypriots like a cheap suit at the moment. Another big over here. 14 plus this. Slower ball, make that 15. So, yeah. I'm going to say, as George W. Bush famously said, fool me once, you fool twice, you can't be fooled twice. You can't fool me twice. Of course, in cricket terms, that would mean not so sure Brathwaite getting a second over straight away after he went for a bunch in the first was the right move. And again, if you know that quote, you know. Last ball the 4th, we hope. Cramps in for room, but still damage done in the over. And Finn's flying 47 without loss after 4. Yabesh Tamang saying, which team will win? Well, we try and give you the probabilities. In fact, we give them to see the score bar coming on, the supercomputer. 98%, 2% listed at the moment. Bam in the foreground, the keeper went off with cramp earlier. Mentioned that he is back and luckily doesn't seem too serious. Wow, Steve picked it perfectly. 17 degrees with a bit of a chilly breeze. But yeah, of course, yeah, we're into the cricket season in the Northern Hemisphere now. Over the last few weeks, it's been gathering. Obviously, you can see the county cricket up and going. Leagues around the UK going. In Europe, especially kind of what I'd call kind of mainland Europe up and going. Places like Spain and Portugal, they can play all around the year, but I'm planning to bring you some of the Portuguese league week to week. That's already got underway. Had him send back, but now you've kind of got a situation where if there's a bowler that's causing a bit of discomfort to you as a batter, you don't really have to go after him. You're not really feeling that scoreboard pressure. Once again, Van Raj likes his soft hands, plays it late. Intelligent cricket from Finland. And it's really, you have to say, the first power play where the batters have really been able to get on a barnstorm. And I wonder, it's a mixture of the bowlers not quite being on song and I suppose batters making some good choices. Good communication between these two so far, for the most part. The player ratings over there, expect them to probably be a bit more of an accurate reflection the longer we have those player ratings around. Shah tries to elevate, but we have a misfield, and that's going to go for 4. That really sums it up for Cyprus at the moment. Shah flying, 39 off 19 now. Better than 2 runs a ball. He's looking very, very confident. It shows you Sen now on the back foot really for the first time today as a bowler. Again, well run. Getting away from the fielder, they get 2 runs. Into the 5th over, 55 without loss, and more or less halfway there. We're not even out of the power play yet. Match series. I mean, it's funny to have an even match series, but I suppose you want to play as many matches as you can. And if they can stay for 2 days, I'd rather play 4 than 3. More cricket, the better. Last over the power play then. And we'll make a change now at this bottom end. Current and sing. Just going to bowl, so we are going to get some spin from this end. And it might have been a tactic they could have thought about a little bit earlier, I think. Well, there's the problem. The ice cream truck made an absolute killing today as well. I mean, ice cream truck people must be very, very excited at this time of the year in Europe. No doubt about it.
He actually just parked in front of a side screen, so we had to delay the game.
And I'm a huge fan of the ice cream truck being there, but being white, it could function as a sight screen if it was a red ball game, but maybe not in a white ball game. Just choosing a poor parking spot. Maybe spotting a couple of people that hadn't bought an ice cream yet, saying, hey, are you going to buy one or not? Steve Cook's got a random question in there. Decide not to take a run. Being a bit careful there. Yeah, he had a really good random question a few weeks ago about, what's the furthest north, south, east, or west you've been in the world? How many countries have you been to on holiday? Steve, I'm going to let this one go through to the keeper because I'm not going to get it right. I've been very, very lucky to be able to travel, particularly in the last decade. And sometimes it's hard for me to distinguish between a holiday and work. But I'll leave that open in the chat. Who's after this and doesn't get it? Will it fall safely? It will, and that really, once again, sums up Cyprus's afternoon at home. Big thanks again to Rado, our partners here at ECN. Some magnificent timepieces. You see one there on the right-hand side of your screen. We'll say that there's been a lot of chatter around Europe as well, especially with ECN having a slightly different few months. A lot of people asking, when are we back? When are we going to get more European cricket series? When are we going to get more ECN cricket, T20I cricket, women's cricket? Like I said, it says May, especially mid-May, we're going to hit kind of peak season, and there'll be a lot going on. I think that's okay, yeah. Raj doesn't like it, but it's a good call. You'll get over it. He's as good as a situation as Vanoj could hope for here, because he knows he's not under scoreboard pressure. Probably still short a little bit of match practice, and so can try and get his little technical things right. Moonwalks back to finish the over. Good over that one from Karan. Like I said, probably a string they should have pulled a couple of overs earlier. Just the one off that. At the end of the power play, Finland 56 without loss. 20 different countries, says Johnny Heesum. Yeah. How many have you been to? This is what's coming up tomorrow afternoon. And you'll have your choice. You can multi-screen it, actually, because we're back at Sporting Alfes del Pi, just out of Alicante in Spain, for a 2-day European Cricket Festival. 4 matches in 2 different formats. Saturday and Sunday will each have a T20, followed by a T10, with the Knights touring against the home team, Sporting Alfas. Quickly becoming one of the most watched teams in world cricket, mainly because of the amount of games that we're covering. Can't get enough cricket, typically, on ECN, we know that. Hello to Farouk Ahmed, nice to see you in the chat as well. Farouk, how are you? Going to go away from Adam Sen at that top end now. Let's get ready for over number 7. Hangs the bat out there sharp. It's finally been off strike for a little bit and allowed Van Raj to have a bit of a hit. Get through for 1. Raj gets the strike back. Panal. Again, happy to play those late, I suppose, wristy dabs. Shows he's seeing them well. You know, he sees it early, plays it late. Happy just to try and get off strike, really. That last over from Karam was the first time we've really seen Cyprus build any sort of pressure in this innings. Just real loose stroke from Vanraj this time. Maybe a little bit of a way shape. This is Taranjit Singh bowling in over number 7 into the power play. So up to 5 fielders are allowed outside the circle now. See that on the graph, slowing down a bit. Time he gets it slightly away from the fielder. Stop is made. But single is taken. Yeah, so I think in the season 2026 tomorrow will be the first time we have 2 matches on at the same time. So, hey, we've gone from really no cricket for a while and suddenly we're back into multi-screening. So, yeah, ECN, getting back to our old tricks, aren't we? Dug out this time by Shah, moves to 43. I like this from the Night Tyrant saying, we want the Euro Cup, force England to sign up. Slower ball, don't really time it, should get a couple. That's exactly what he gets. Yeah, some talk, you know, do we have a Euro Cup? And of course, not unusual, ECN ahead of the curve a little bit. We've had a 30, how many? 32 team Euros of cricket for a while. Into the over here, 61 without loss after 7. So yeah, a lot of people saying they'd like to see, you know, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, and England play. But I think it's even more important at the next level of cricket, if you want to call it that, where teams that are ranked in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s all get an opportunity to play it. And we've always tried to create that space on ECN, obviously. So yeah, there's talk about that. England basically saying they had no interest. That doesn't surprise me. And they've got their own things going on over there. But yeah, some talk of some potential tournaments connecting some of the bigger European countries this year, later in the summer as well. Here's Karan. Fraction short, and Shah springs onto the back foot. And he'll get a boundary, so he moves within reach of the 50, and only a slight misexecution there from the left arm spinner Karan Singh, but Shah's seeing it early. Very good work, uses the crease well, the depth of the crease. Throws it wide, too wide. It's quite unusual to see a left arm spinner going round the wicket to a fellow left-hander. Normally you'll see left arm spinners as a default going over the wicket to left-handers and around the wicket to right-handers, but obviously Karan likes the idea of sliding it across him here. A bit like that. Shah doesn't care. Hits it reasonably well, gets another run. Runs coming fairly easily, despite some little mini runs from Cyprus where they've been able to keep things quiet. I suppose it comes down to England. Is it England's job to support European cricket? It's probably more the ICC's job, isn't it? So England probably say, hey, you know, we've got things the way we like them, so why? Having said that, it's been great to have the England 11, which is ECB sanctioned as part of our Euros of cricket, the ECC, over the last few years. We've had European Cricket Series in England. We've got one coming up, in fact, in Hornchurch in August. That's what he's trying to do with this round the wicket line. But it's hard to see how he's going to get him out, except I suppose if he mishits one up in the air. But it's going to be hard to get an LBW from this angle, or a bowled. It won't be LBW, just a picture of that side leg stump. Oh, jeez. Well, I was just saying it's pretty hard to get an LBW. I don't think you can make too much of a case for this one, I have to say. Umpire, I'd love to see where this ball bounces. It can't bounce to the left of the stumps. And my instinct was there's no way this is pitched in line with the stumps. Check it out. Oh, maybe a bit of it pitches on the stumps. Probably not as far outside leg stump as I thought. So maybe you give the umpire the benefit of the doubt. There he's in the right spot. As long as he's asked himself the right question, if he's satisfied it's pitching in line, then it is out. But I just think it's one of those ones that if you reviewed it, I think you're probably walking back to the crease, not back to the pavilion. But anyway, it will be the end of Shah, who's unlucky to miss his 50 there. It's still team game. He sets his team up for pretty comfortable chase, you'd imagine. With 48, Karan gets some reward, and it's 68 for 1. Padal getting a bit of shade in the chat, but I think you've got to look at the team situation. You know, Padal has been a good ally for Shah. I think he doesn't need to be risking his wicket for boundaries when his team's in such good shape. You look at Finland, they lost all 10 wickets before, and yes, they've got a long batting lineup, but I think Padal's batted pretty intelligently so far. And you look at where they are in the game, and again, margins don't matter so much in this format. It's just getting the win. Nice shot. First up, as we've got Faraz Abbas coming to the crease at 3. End of the over, and a successful one for Cyprus, 69 for 1. Once again, I get shown up saying it will be pretty tough to get an LBW from that angle, and then lo and behold, and there it was. But I don't think the umpires, give them credit as well. It's a long day for them as well. I will never argue with an umpire off as long as they have asked themselves the right question and they have an honest answer to that question. So that one, remember, middle of the balls, that pitching in line with stumps. Probably, I think if you look at it, probably isn't, but it wasn't far away. Like I said, Shah probably has every right to be disappointed. But if you're going to get one that maybe wasn't 100% correct, this is the situation to do it. Where your team's in very, very good shape. Footwork there from Abbas as we've got Tarantit coming back for another over. A bit of hoop here, isn't he? Abbas just digs it out. You see Faraz going for a hit. It's not necessarily wanting to give his wicket away. He can understand that. The umpire has a pretty good think, but he's not in the mood to stick the finger in the air. This one threatening to come back. Never really did. If anything, it slid further into the pads and heading down the leg side. Good decision, that one. Place played. Again, like that from Vanraj. Typically is a good runner. He knows that's his call. Often with running between the wickets, it's about knowing who's in charge. And when the ball goes behind the wicket, that's Van Raj's call. And I like the way Abbas just looked up, saw Van Raj was coming, said, fine, we're running. So, into the 9th over, Finland 70 for 1, 43 runs away from setting us home here on opening day of this 2-match series in Happy Valley. Yeah, Steve's saying he's done 32. Monty Loose thought 33. Johnny's saying he doesn't count all the Caribbean countries for 2 weeks. I think you can, Johnny. If they're all countries, you can count them. Some countries are big, some countries are small. Some countries are very small. Gibraltar is 3 miles long and 1 mile wide, and about 1 mile high, if you look at the rock. Current coming back. Hit back reasonably hard from Abbas. Too hard for court and bowl, but not quite hard enough to go to the boundary, but he'll double his score. Look at the scoring there, almost half the runs in that cover region. Shows you they're playing reasonably straight. Oh, that must have bounced off the keeper and onto the stumps because the bail goes down, or maybe the keeper flicked the stumps, but no appeal. Yeah, it did. Bounced off the keeper and onto the stumps. Abbas, again, this is what happens when you take on fielders. They'll fumble. And in the end, instead of 1, they get 2. Finland in cruise control at the moment. This time, good communication, good fielding. With that start that Finland had, I mean, if they were cruising at ball 1, they were really cruising after 5 overs. Under 3 and under 4 and over required at this point. And 2's the call, but won't get there. But 1's fine at the moment, so probably a perfect situation. Great batting conditions, real pressure in the game. Finland, if anything, just some of their bats need more time out in the middle, and so they're getting that opportunity right now. It's one of those ones that may be called wide, maybe not. He decides yes, but it's funny because there's that one early one to the left-hander that wasn't called in that situation. That's what I mean about these wide calls down the leg side. It's very hard to tell what's a wide and what's not. Batters by definition will always move around a little bit. End of the 10th over, time for a drink. And Finland 76 for 1, requiring just 37 of the second half for the win. Let's have a look around the grounds. Well, actually, I don't know because the Malta-Gibraltar's not being covered live, but I do know that Malta 3-0 up in that 6-match series. And was it Marsa? Not too long ago. About, what was it? Yeah, 5 weeks ago I was there. Had a great time. Met plenty of great people over there, so yeah, looking forward to spreading our wings once again on ECN. Oh, James, here comes our special correspondent, James. Would you like to say something?
Vinny. Hello, viewers. Hope everyone's doing well.
Nice to see you, James. Tell us a little bit about what's happening around the ground today and how the setup's been. It's looking great on camera so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. When we got here this morning, there was no scaffolding, but they've put it up right before we started. They've got the ICC qualifiers coming here next week, so they put them up for that, and we're lucky we can use them as well. I got Nick next to me pushing the buttons, and the scorers are all the way on the other side of the field, so it's a bit confusing sometimes with the scores, but no, it's nice gentle breeze coming in from the sea.
Yeah, I was going to say, the scaffolding does make a huge difference when we're lucky enough to have it. And Nick, well done on a day of button pushing duties. So far, things running reasonably smoothly. I think that James and Nick might be in for an early finish the way things are going as well, which is 37 required, and at the rate they're going right now, that would be about 5 overs to spare. But suppose we'll wait and see. Yeah, you know, offshore breeze always nice in Cyprus. There's a lot of coast in Cyprus, and I also know how windy it can be as well, especially you get down to the coast. But anyway, Rabas and Padal is kind of playing what looks like a bit like a not quite a Sunday afternoon kind of innings, considering it's Friday, but they're pretty comfortable where the game's at. Again, the only job for them is basically get the team over the line. Margins don't matter so much. Yes, if it was a tied series, you could argue net run rate splits the series, but tied series typically is just called a tie series in these bilaterals when they're T20 internationals. There's no real trophy at stake. It's just the ranking points and the jostling for position, which is pretty competitive around the 50 mark, which is where both these teams are. Talked earlier about this concept of judging teams by whether they're in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and each is a different level really. Good fielding, but once again good running to push and run straight away. Yeah, good stuff, James, says Monty Loose. Yeah,
Thank
doing
you,
a
Monty.
great job. James says, thanks, Monty, said in my ear. Van Raj, again. Annoying bowler to him at the moment. He's really not giving you too much of a chance. Until now, I think he does get a bit frustrated. That one beats the inside edge of the bat. Only a huge collapse would throw things off. Yeah, Gibraltar touring Malta, 6-match series. All right, happy to play it late. We can't do too much with it. That innings of Kaif might be very, very important. I would have thought they should win anyway, Finland, but it's just made that task so much easier. Vanna just had enough and he goes after this, but he might find his demise, and he does. He drags that from outside the off stump. A lot of bottom hand and a pretty good catch taken down there. Just running out of patience. Again, if he had his time over, he'd be probably looking to go over mid-off with that or over cover. As it is, he happened to find the fielder and a pretty good catch down there. Padal, well, he's played the stability kind of role, but he'll have to go walking stick 77 for 2. Can that spark a collapse? Anaketh Puste comes to the crease and he's into the side, so he's having his first hit of the day. A pretty good catch taken down there. Karan Singh, I think, going to his non-preferred side to hold on to the ball. So opener's out of the way, but still just 36 runs in the bank for Cyprus, and that could be running out pretty quickly. Taran probably deserves that wicket though. He's bowled well. 1 for 7 off 17 balls bowled. Kandaketh wants to get off the mark. He might run himself out first ball. He does well. Oh well. It's one of those ones where I think Faraz just thinks he knows better and says, "Nah, I don't think there is a run there. Who's at fault here?" Anaketh's call. So it's one of those ones where, even though there probably wasn't a run in it, Faraz kind of has the responsibility to run. If he gets run out after running flat stick, well, then he can say, "Hey, what are you doing?" But instead, Anaketh is going to have to go for a golden wicket. Yikes. What a shocker. When you've sat out the first game, you come in for the second game and you run yourself out first ball. So kind of 3/4 blame non-striker, 1/4 striker, because I think really. Aniket, he's just wanting to get off the mark, and he's looked for a run that probably wasn't there. But having said that, if they both run straight away, there's a good chance they would have gotten away with it. But once Faraz basically put up the big stop sign, there was just no way Aniket was ever going to get back. So I won't say high drama, but I'll say medium drama at Happy Valley. Makes that 77 for 3. Seven, 77 off 11 overs then, as it's going to be Roshan Siriwarena to bowl. Roshan bowled pretty well earlier. 3 wickets. The man that we call Tugger. And he gets the first one in a good channel. Almost misses out. Jordan O'Brien comes out at number 5. Wouldn't mind the fact he gets another hit here, Jordan. Looked like he might not, the way things were going. Tosses up and induces Abbas to go after it. It's yeah, Roshan, there's a good shot of his face. Corey thinks he looks exactly like Steve Waugh. Corey spent a bit of time with Steve Waugh this week, and I believe he did show Steve Waugh a picture of Roshan Siriwarena, and let's just say that Stephen wasn't necessarily convinced. Corey doing good work for the Amsterdam Flames organisation. I think it's fitting that Corey's working with the Amsterdam Flames because typically everything that Corey touches goes up in flames. That's probably a good fit. O'Brien to face up. It's pretty solid in defence, keeps it out. 35 to win. Still don't want to take too many chances here if you're Finland. You want to make sure you keep a pretty healthy buffer between runs required and balls remaining. O'Brien off the mark, pushing off the back foot. Yeah, a bit of country chat as well, yeah. Caribbean countries are still countries, so they can definitely inflate your numbers if you've gone on a Caribbean cruise. That's a good random question, actually, Steve. Roshan's got a few ideas. He's passing on to Alex Sen, the captain. Finland desperate to knock off these 34 and start again tomorrow, really, at 1-1. All square. Big step across from Abbas that time. One to the leg side and gets it. Fairly long throw back in. So again, good running. Kind of been good running, except when it hasn't been. In this innings, there's a couple of errors. One big error that cost the wicket of Puste. Apart from that, they've been running the first one hard, looking for those twos. It's a funny one as well because, again, according to the regulations, he does take a big step across to off and probably moves that line across. Then the umpire's got to decide, right, even if I move that line as a wide, I still think that's a good call, though. It was definitely borderline. It will be a wide. Not too much thinking about it.
simple here, Rossi.
Come on, Roshi is the call. What do you think? Do you think he's a Steve Waugh lookalike? I'll tell you who's not a Steve Waugh lookalike. It's Mark Waugh, even though they're twins. I always found that quite fascinating. Well bowled. A little bit of bend out once again. So pretty good over from Tugs. Only going for 6, and after 12, Finland 83 for 3. 30 runs required off the final 8 overs of this contest on a sunny Friday afternoon in Cyprus. Hey, well, as we're drawing to a close, random questions are open. Maybe a bit of food chat if you like as well. What are you doing with your Friday night? Maybe it's already Saturday morning where you are. But yeah, what do you got? What are your plans for the weekend? What are your plans for tonight? Let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Just missing. Didn't see it coming back enough, but I guess O'Brien a bit of a tangle. Kind of closes himself off with the front foot initially, and then kind of by definition had to try and flick across that front pad. And it's just one go. O'Brien wants it. Tail of 2 umpires really in this game as well as tail of 2 teams. Depends what you think about it. If the ball's on the line, is that a wide or not? Umpire said, no, it's good enough for me. Jordan frustrated now. That was fine LBW earlier. Decision he didn't thrilled about. Yeah, Johnny Heaston's asking what I've been up to since you saw me in Malta. Well, if you're in the Spanish squad, Johnny, I would tell you every week. Missing you in there. But yeah, I've just come from Croatian Sixes where I played and actually umpired a fair bit last weekend. Well played, actually. Got the darting back off the surface. And yeah, before that, I played Aussie rules, Australian football in France. About 3 weeks ago? That was heaps of fun as well. I'm a bit battered up, but no, had a bit of time off. This time, O'Brien does get a piece of it. Knocked down partially at backward point. Should get fairly easy too. And they do. Abhishek asking, how's Malta for vacation? Malta's great for vacations. In fact, Malta Tourist Board have been big supporters of the European Cricket Series over the years. And so, yeah, I think I've been to Malta about 10 times. Plenty of things to do over there as well. Cyprus also brilliant for, well, it's no ball. Completely missed the surface here. So it's a bit of a gift for O'Brien, who gets free hit. Yeah, Cyprus great for vacations as well. Fantastic position, Mediterranean. Tries to make something out of it. Test the fielder. It's up to the test once again. Good running. Abbas helping out his partner and getting back for a double. Yes, I do recommend if you want an island vacation in Europe, there's plenty of options for you. Got to say Cyprus is a place that I kind of wish I'd spent a bit more time there. I think I might have been there 2, 3, maybe 4 times. But definitely worth the trip. Johnny says, don't go in the summer, it's too hot. Well, some people like hot. The water's always good when the weather's hot. Siriwadena trying to keep this game going, but it's hard to see a path back. Basically, you need to take 7 for 20 if you're going to win this game. If you're Cyprus, close. Any question? Maybe height and leg side. What do you think? It's pretty close. I think benefit of the doubt's the right call. You're trying to predict where we'll go afterwards. I think probably was just missing. I think it's a very good decision, but yeah, tight call. Abbas maybe a bit lucky to survive. He says, well, why am I mucking around then? He just basically brings out the long handle and goes, bang, 4 carreras, 4 runs. It's funny, some of these players, they're so used, sometimes they feel in the longer form, and by T20 I mean the longer form, because a lot of them play a lot of T10 cricket, they sometimes curtail their natural instincts. And sometimes that's right to do, but I also think, you know, if that's your game, you've got certain shots you play well, I mean, they're the same bowlers bowling with the same ball and the same pitch. Just need to know when to execute them. This is good batting, though, because he plays this with a straight bat. This would have been an easy one to try and flick across again and get caught OBW or bowled. Hello to H. Montop. Hello, Mr. Maximo. Where is Corey? Well, Corey's around. He's quite busy at the moment, Corey. I've been chatting to him a bit. Corey's currently doing some coaching in the club set up in the Netherlands. Of course, he's the national coach of Spain as well. We're hoping to get Corey on at some point for commentary, but he's also got a big campaign with Spain, culminating in Cyprus actually in August for World Cup qualifying sub-regionals. Spain went undefeated in that tournament 2 years ago, but still didn't qualify because their run rate kept them second, not first. That meant that their chances evaporated. Saying earlier today, I'd love to see a semi-final into that tournament. I think it's a bit harsh that you can not lose a game, but then be out of the qualifying. Abhishek wants to hear a Maximo from me. Well, you're more than welcome, but I'll need to see a 6 first. Well, picked up from O'Brien. And, well, not quite, but getting there. 4 runs is signalled, so yeah, Jordan, it's a nicely timed clip. And Tugger's not happy. 11 off the over. Just 14 to win now, 99 for 3. That's better balance. He didn't seem to have that little creep step with his front foot there, which meant that he got a better look at it. And yeah, you know, we had 2 sixes in the first over of this game. We had 2 sixes from Cave Shah. Apart from that, no other 6s in the contest. Getting to the point now where every over could be the last. You're asking about the Indian influence on ECN. Well, of course, India has a huge influence on all cricket, really. But you know, one of the things, H. Montop, that I think's wonderful is now that the broadcast is open for our Indian viewers. So if you are watching from India, let us know in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network, of course, yes, it's an English language broadcast. English is kind of the, I suppose, the international business language of Europe, and I might call it language. But yeah, super excited to have so many Indian viewers. There's so many messaging me as well saying, actually, Vinny, you've improved my English a lot. So I'm glad about that. Last roll of the dice with Adam Sen coming on. And he is swatted away. And here it comes. Abhishek Maximo. Abbas into the 20s. And well, the crowd goes wild. 8 to win now, 35. And surely Finland heading for, let's just call it a fresh start. Particularly with their batting, they looked a bit off, but partly it's their bowling that set up this batting innings that basically is pressure-free, especially after Kaif's innings of 48. Quicker one from Sen. Clever bowling. So, oh wow, might have snuck a bye through here by playing funky games. Abbas misses his leg stump, and it will be a bye. Monty asking, do either of these national teams have a nickname? Well, I know that the Finland team like to call themselves the Bears. I'm not sure if the Cyprus team have an actual nickname. I always just think Mouflons, but that's an actual club. Only because I've never heard of Mouflons anywhere else. And maybe some of the Cypriot viewers could let us know if there's an actual a nickname for the national men's and or women's team. Good call. Kind of said the running's been very good in this innings, except for when it hasn't. A couple of exceptions, but they have run pretty well to keep that score ticking. So just 6 to win now, and Abbas can actually win it with one swing of the bat. And he tries, going and going, and not quite, but still. In fact, hasn't gone all the way. I thought it was signalled 4. I'll wait for it. Oh, it's been scored 6. Well, I thought it was just short of the mark. No one's going anywhere. Monty Lou saying, why does the batter need a towel? Well, Steve Waugh actually did have a lucky red handkerchief. I suppose not quite a towel. I still think that was 4. I don't know if we need to replay the umpire, don't we? Because I didn't see the arms arriba. We'll never be able to tell from the replay, but we're able to tell from what the umpire says. There we go. It was 4. Eyes don't deceive. So everyone, start the car, as they say in the classics. Well, that could be it. They get 1. Do they come back for the winning run? They will. So 15 overs exactly. We actually called it earlier, didn't we? Saying that on the pace to chase it in 15. That's exactly what they do. So Finland win by 7 wickets with 30 balls to spare here in match 2, squaring the series at 1-1. And really, a good day's cricket all around. And I think it's a fair way to go into day 2. I think it's hard to argue that. I think both teams had their moments. Particularly in the first game, it was a bit more to and fro. I think second game, the Bears able to get on top early with a lot of wickets in the power play, and Cyprus never really recovered, ended up spluttering their way to 112. And in the end, Finland, with a good start from Kaif Shah, end up cruising to victory at 113 for 3. Looking at that innings, Kaif Shah, he was the standout, wasn't he? And he was able to go and kind of take the bull by the horns from over 1. 5 4s and 2 6s in his 48 of 29. Maybe a little bit unlucky to be LBW to the left-arm spinner. Taran Singh was bowling around the wicket. 14 for Padal of 24, but the numbers don't tell the whole story there. He was involved in that opening partnership of 68, and when he went, he left the team in good shape. So he did, I suppose, allow others to bat around him. Faris Abbas was there while Puste got run out first ball, but Abbas himself finishes 27 off 24 with 2 4s and a Maximo. Jordan O'Brien, with a brief stay at the crease, finishes undefeated on 11, and Finland chased down the 113 in 15 overs exactly. Wickets to Karan Singh and Taranjit Singh were the pick of the bowlers, I think, but he saw a pretty expensive opening, particularly from Ruel Brathwaite, who certainly didn't have his best outing, was given a second over, and to be honest, it got worse before it would get better, but by then the game was gone for Cyprus. So, yeah, all set up, 1-1 heading into day 2, and we will join you once again from Cyprus at the same time tomorrow, which is 7:30 GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. If you are in Cyprus, that's 10:30 local time. Same game times as today. Also, it's double trouble tomorrow afternoon because the European Cricket Festival will be underway for the weekend in Alfaz del Pi, Sporting Alfaz in Spain, just outside Alicante, with the Knights touring Sporting Alfaz playing 2 matches, a T20 and a T10 tomorrow afternoon. And that game is going to be a pretty interesting one as well. So stay tuned for that. Big thanks to everyone on the ground, all the umpires, the players, the coaches, and everyone that makes these series tick. The ice cream salesman as well, to Ahmed as well, who did a great job. And I think he did a pretty good job on the camera for the first time. Nick pressing the buttons for the first time, and a lot of firsts this year on ECN. I want to say once again, thank you to all the viewers for your company today. It's been a wonderful day as the sun goes down behind the mountains here at Happy Valley. It's Vinny Sound here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Stay happy, stay safe. Have a wonderful Friday night, but then come back because tomorrow the series on the line, starting with a very important match 3. Whoever wins match 3 will not go down in the series. It could be squared, of course. On behalf of James, Nick, and all the team here at the European Cricket Network, we'll see you tomorrow live on ECN for more European cricket with Cyprus, Finland, T20I to come to an exciting conclusion. From all of us here, we wish you all the best and good night. We'll see you tomorrow for more cricket. Hasta mañana.